Whoop, there it goes. First, yes, hello Sparkhound. First again. Yay, the other bot works. Yeah, Ethan fixed it. Good stuff. Hooray. Hi, how's it going? Sorry, I'm just finishing watching this video and then I'll start. Okay, whatever. I'll watch the rest of that later. Yeah, hi! Let us resume the devs. My landlord was supposed to arrive half an hour ago to perform fixing activities. Ah, yes, classic Sparkhounds. And now you sit there wondering, are they actually going to show up today? Can I actually do anything? Do I need to keep waiting? Yeah, get a load of this Partner Plus guy, yes. Hello, Avalor. Ah, dear. Okay, right, let's do a quick little YouTube-y thing. Hello again, YouTube. It's day 5. I'm gonna lose track of that at some point. Whatever, it doesn't matter how many days in it is. But I need to do a little update because I worked on the game a little bit offline while I wasn't streaming or was streaming other things. Let me just sort this out. Boop, boop, trigger that. Not that one. No. That one. Oh my god. No. Oh my god. Eventually I'll get there. That. There we go. Okay, great start to the YouTube video. So, I've added a... I just did a few little tiny tweaky, like, game feely things. So I added this, like, background, which is obviously a work in progress, but it's just a black background with like little dots on it that like twinkle. They're supposed to be stars. We're in space or whatever, right? So you can see the stars, like they change size slowly over time, and they like scroll down slowly, and when the stars reach the bottom, they get put back up to the top in a random place. So it just looks like we're scrolling through like a universe or whatever forever. And then if I start the game, if you pay attention to the background starts to scroll faster, so it looks like we're actually like traveling through space or whatever. It's like a parallax effect, right? I also added little randomizations to all the enemies and stuff, so all the enemies have a slightly random angle that they spawn at now. I think it's only like 5 degrees or something like that. But they also, they spawn at random angles, slightly random scales, which affects their speed, because the speed is determined by the scale. So it's only like a little tiny variation. It's just to make it so it's not so like clinical with like, oh, they spawn once every second and then that's it, right? Just so everything's a little bit more random. Yeah, like, here we go. I think the scale and the speed is a little too random, because sometimes, stuff is like overtaking other stuff, which I don't particularly want, but that's alright. I can sort of tweak the values on that. But yeah, I just made it so there's a little bit of variation and stuff. Obviously there's still no art, really. Everything's just a red square still. But I think even just this change, like having like slightly random characteristics of the enemies, it's just like a game feel or a juice or whatever change, right? Like just so it's not the same, exactly the same spawn, exactly the same clinicalness every single time. But yeah, I think the game looks a lot nicer now. It's starting to actually look like a video game. Obviously, we've got debug text and everything's just a red square, but, you know, it's definitely progress. But yeah, these were just like 2 little tiny things I did when I was offline. I don't think there was anything else I did. Maybe I tweaked some values or something. I was just like messing around it occasionally for a couple hours every night. But yeah, that's the stuff I didn't do on camera. That was my off-screen mining I did. And yeah, now I'm stuck playing the game because it's just kind of fun to play even without any like proper game feel stuff. Give me this and this. Did all this in 5 days. Funny, Avalor. I feel like I've been playing like I feel like I've been working really slowly, if anything. I don't feel like I've done that much. Like game jam, the university game jams that I normally do would be over by now. Like it's only 4 days long, so I've already spent way longer than I normally would on any game. But that's good though. I've been like doing everything correctly and slowly, just implementing stuff very correctly. Speaking of implementing stuff correctly, in the spawner, I was thinking about it a lot, and I've decided to completely change how the spawner thing works. So up to now, I've been using this thing where I just have a list of spawnables, and they have like, you know, the number of things to add to the like, I have a grab bag, right? A random bag. So there's a bag with a bunch of enemies in it. The game will take one out and it will spawn that one. And when the bag's empty, it will refill the bag based on what the difficulty and stuff is. So here's the stuff to fill the bag with. So we've got a basic enemy, 7 of them. And if we're between difficulty 0 and 1.25, it'll actually add this. If we're between 2.25 and 1.5, it'll only add 6 basic enemies, and etc, etc. It goes down, right? And then I had the spiky enemy and the 1-ups, which I had to jankily add some bulls for to get them to spawn the way I wanted to. And then DVD enemies and stuff. So it was like, the problem with this is that it doesn't react to things. So like, only when the bag is empty does it check the current difficulty and then go through the list of things to do. So then it goes through the list of things to do and checks like which enemies to spawn and stuff. And I also have to like write things like a ton. It's kind of like not great. And like, yeah, these janky bulls. I'm just gonna have to keep adding more and more janky bulls at the end for like one-time spawns and spawns again and stuff like that. And there's just like no logic to it other than doing the bull stuff. And yeah, it doesn't react fast enough, and I don't want to have to keep rewriting stuff forever. And it's also like not procedural. Like I'm basically designing the level like up to a certain point, and then after that the difficulty will stop, the enemies will stop changing, right? Like I could obviously make a really big list of this, but I'm not a super fan of how it's working. So I thought about it a lot, and I decided to do this. This is a bit too long to fit on the screen. I'll zoom out a tiny bit. Hopefully you can read that. But I wanted to try to do this different spawning method. So I wanted to make so I'm going to make a class for each possible spawnable enemy and create a list with each enemy in it. So I'll make like a class for the basic enemy, a class for the spiky enemy, a class for the 1-up, and a class for a DVD. And then starting from the least likely to spawn to the most likely, I'll make a function for spawning. I'll make a list with them, and I'll make a list of every single enemy, starting with the least likely to spawn and going down until like the most likely. So the basic enemy with the last thing. And I'll make a function for spawning conditions and spawning procedure in those classes. So then I'll get a random RNG weight value like I was doing before. And then I'll iterate over the whole list and check if spawning condition is true. So in spawning condition, I'll pass it like... I'll pass the spawning condition, like the weight RNG value, so it can use that to determine whether it should spawn or not. But if we're like... If difficulty hits a threshold and I'm like, right, I want to spawn one spiky enemy now to teach the player about it, like exactly right now, then I'll do it, and I can overwrite the weight value with the spawning condition function, right? So I'll in each enemy, I'll have a spawning condition function, method, whatever you want to call it, that I'll call, and if it returns true, I'll spawn it. So I can do complicated stuff like, yeah, just RNG weight, right? Or I can just, if we reach a difficulty threshold, spawn one enemy once, right? Complex stuff like if this is what I was typing here. And then I can also have a spawning procedure function. So like right now, when the spawner wants to spawn an enemy, it just spawns it, right? It just initializes the packed scene and just makes it, right? So again, it's like a dumb thing. I'd have to have like, if it's actually this type of enemy, do this. If it's this type of enemy, do this, right? For stuff where I wanted to make like 2 enemies at once or whatever, right? So I can make a spawning condition function, a spawning procedure function. So like so if spawning procedure is true, I can call if spawning conditions is true, I can call spawning procedure, and then that will like in that I can like do custom things, like, oh, maybe I do just spawn the enemy like corridor, or maybe I do some fancy stuff depending on what type of the enemy is, right? Yeah, and a 1-up could like return false to let the spawner know to keep iterating through the loop instead of breaking, so then I don't have to do this janky bull stuff. So that's my plan. That's what I'm gonna do. Main thing I'm gonna do today is work on this new spawning method. I keep changing the spawning method, but obviously this is like the core of the game, the gameplay. It's like what enemies spawn when and how they spawn is super important, right? Like super duper important. So I thought, yeah, this would be the best way of doing it. It's not like the grab bag system anymore, so the RNG is going to be a bit more random maybe, but maybe I could try to smooth out with some other stuff. We'll see. So yeah, that's what I'm going to be working on today. There you go. Also, Katamari music. Sorry, subs. I'll unmute the sub alerts and I'll play them now. Sorry.
Oh, hey, pennies.
Avila Freeman cheered X250. Here's to your janky balls.
Thanks. Is it going to play it?
Oh, hey, thanks.
Oh, there it goes.
CineQ01 just resubscribed for 42 months. Let's go. 1/10 of the funny number. Josh, thanks also. Since haven't said it for quite some time. Thanks for almost a decade of entertainment, Josh Kangurik love.
Ah, thanks, CQ.
Oh, hey, thanks.
2D__SVD just resubscribed for 24 months. This ain't no SVD, but a sniper rifle nonetheless. 2 years. Also, I think someone here is an owl. You might say, who? Exactly my point.
Oh, hey, thanks.
TS Joss just resubscribed for 10 months. Game dev revenue beep boop happy 2 binary months.
Okay, let me catch up with these. Thanks, Avalor Freeman, for 250 pennies. Yeah, janky balls, thanks. Thanks, Scene Q, for, I'll zoom in a bit more. Thanks, Scene Q, for 42 months. That is 1/10 of the funny number. Thanks, very good. Thanks for 42 months of Prime. Thanks, 2D, for 24 months of Tier 1. That's my first 70-30 sub-split sub. Over a decade. Yeah, he has. I've been streaming over a decade, yeah. May 2012. Jesus, Scene Q. Fucking Christ. We were both very different people 11 years ago, I bet. Yeah, thanks 2D for 24 months of Tier 1. That's, yeah, you got the sniper rifle. Very good. Why is the right side looks very C-sharpish? I'm going to add C-sharp to the title right now. C-sharp Godot game dev. There we go. That will hopefully solve that problem. Also, what CC? It is game dev. Okay. Yeah, thanks 2D for 2 years. Yes, very good joke. Who? Haha. And thanks TS Joss for 10 months. Game dev revenue. I know, right? What the fuck? Hi. Yeah. Let's continue with this, shall we? Yeah, why does the code on the right look like C-sharp? It's like... What? Why do you think? Thought you're using GD script. I am not, no. Right, okay, let's try to implement this. So, I'm gonna make a... I mean, I have all this on GitHub. I can delete all of this, right? So let's make a new class spawnable, which is obviously going to make this very upset. How do I... Ah, for fuck's sake. I'm just going to call it spawnable 2 so everything stops being upset a minute. And then in the class, we'll have a public... not a constructor. Oh, wait, yeah. Well, how am I going to make all of these? Wait, I'd have to initialize all of them. How do I initialize all of these? They'd have to be inherit from a thing, wouldn't they? Yeah. Okay, 2D. See you later. Bye. Thanks. How do I want to actually? Yeah, I actually think about implementing this. I'm not actually sure how to, because I would need to make a bunch of classes. Just to make it happy. What? How do I make an interface? I need to look this up. Interface. Yes, this is going to be a lot of me just thinking for a minute while I do this. No. W3 schools. Interface I. Yeah, that's right. Interface I spawnable. Yeah, that's what I want. I want to do I spawnable. What is a passive shmup? Look up what a shmup is, and you'll figure it out, hopefully. I want to see if that description of the game helps people know what the game is or not. So tell me if you can figure it out. I'm actually interested. Sorry to use you as a guinea pig. The title says shmup. Am I not? Have I typoed? Is that what you're saying? Right, the letters are in the wrong order. Okay, gotcha. Okay. I have fixed the order of the letters in the title. Thanks. Okay, that is a fucked up word. Right, so we have a public void, sorry, a public bool of spawning conditions, and then another public bool of spawning procedure. Okay. So at the bottom here, we're going to have a new class of, call it basic enemy, and it uses I spawnable. And we're going to do a, so in the actual animal, we need to, in the I'm reading a thing. Need to implement the thing. So a public bool of, it doesn't implement spawning conditions. Public bool spawning conditions. And then a spawning procedure. Ah, I've got fucking Google Drive running, so it blocks me saving the code while it fucking syncs the file. Okay, there we go. Okay. How do I want to do this? Because So I could do it like this, spawning conditions, and we have to pass in a float. RNG weight. So I could do it like this, and then, but then I need to like manually do the weight every time, don't I? Oh no, I don't. No. I can do the, yeah, right, of course. I can do it that way. Yeah. Okay. So we also need a public float of likely weight RNG weight. Why doesn't that work? Interfaces cannot contain instanced fields. Okay, I'll just do a class then, I guess. Public abstract bool. Public abstract bool. What? Abstract partial clock. Right, okay, it needs to be, this one needs to be abstract. There we go. One fewer E in procedure. Okay, thanks. Okay. And then I can't make a field abstract. Try using a property instead. How did I do that before? It was this, right? A public abstract float get set. Actually, we just need to get, we don't need to set. Okay. And then this needs to be called RNG weight. And then we do a public overwrite RNG weight. What? So an enemy points equals that. Right, we need to do this. Public. Okay, there we go, right. What is this fucking music? Very weeby music we have today. I'm using Visual Studio chair gaming. Like Visual Studio 2022. This is the thing I've used forever. I know all the cool kids are using Visual Studio Code now, but yeah. Does that mean we need to pay weeb tax, preferably? Alright, so we have a basic enemy of spawnable 2. Like, I can just get rid of this, probably. We need the pack scene type. Yeah, okay, so... So we would need... public abstract packed scene, and then the scene, we'll just call it, I can't call it packed scene. What did I call it here? Type, yeah. I'm just gonna call it scene. Amount, min, max, difficulty. Oh, but right, of course, this will... Yeah, no, that's different, isn't it? That's not gonna work. This new spawning system's a bit more complicated than I thought. RNG weight isn't gonna work because I wanted it to be variable. We need a public abstract float get RNG weight, and then we don't. No. I mean, I need to. I guess I could do a fucking git thing here, but I'd rather just do this. And then yeah, we need to do that, but this needs to be protected. Oops. Okay. So we need to, because I need to use a function or a method or whatever to generate the RNG weight, because it will depend on the current difficulty what the weight of the thing is. So I'll need to have a procedure for it.
Oh, hey, thanks.
Exiled Gamero just resubscribed for 39 months. Thanks Josh O. When will Cube 3D2 be finished? Also good morning.
What? Thanks for 39 months? I have no idea what you're talking about. But thanks though. Oh, that's the GTA 4 minigame, right? Is that anything like this? I don't think it is. And hello, Rhonda Nima. Yeah, so this, and then one time spawning, and we don't need all of that stuff. Right, okay, so I can get rid of this now. I can call this spawnable. We don't want a shuffle bag. Or do we? We won't do a shuffle bag for now, just to make this a bit simpler. We have a list of spawnables, that's fine. And get rid of all this. We can get rid of all this. I've got it on GitHub if I need it. Like I can, yeah, look at the GitHub history if I need to. Why did you ask ChatGPT what you should change your name to? Hi Josh and chat, if you did curling years ago, what will you do with Godot? I'm making something completely different. Right, so we don't need... this needs to be protected. This needs to be implemented. Equals arrow. Needs to be this, right? How do I get that? How do I get a pack scene from text again? There's a way to do this. Where's global spawner gone? Global controller. Fuck. Get packed scene dot from file. Hang on, I need to figure out how to get a pack scene from a file. Resource loader, load pack scene. That, right, okay. Cannot declare a body because it is marked abstract. Right. Fuck. Oh, no, wait, override. What am I saying? Duh. Other way round, you idiots. Okay, there we go. And we should do, it is packed nodes. Basic enemy. Okay. What do we need to? We need to get RNG weight. Wait, what does not implement spawnable RNG weight dot set? Hey. But it's right there. But I'm not doing set. Fuck. Okay, there we go. Return value. Value. Uh-oh, I don't know how to do this. How did I do this before? Where's stats? It's get, and then no arrow, return. Return value. Why doesn't that work? Fuck it.
Oh, hey, thanks.
Return what
SND
value?
underscore Victor 47 just resubscribed for 6 months. Sub length plus equals 1 smiley face.
This value. Like this one, the float. I can't do this, surely, because then I'm just doing a return loop. Right? You are using the shorthand for fat arrow. If you want to use return, you need the circles. So either get return or get... It is a property. I don't know what that means. So, okay, how do I do a variable in this instance? Like, I just want to make it so the spawnables have to have an RNG weight, that's all. Like, I mean, I guess I don't have to do that, and I could just remember to do it every time. So I don't have to have an abstract. But, like, I just want... Like, how do you do abstract variables? I'm going to look this up. C# abstract variables. Instead of set, use init. That forces you to set a value when creating one. You can also use fields if you don't need the overhead. Leave out the get set and it behaves like a normal value. Yeah, sure, I could do that. But then I get this. Then I get... The modifier abstract is not valid on fields. Try using a property instead. Right? And then that's why I was doing that jank shit to begin with. Virtual. Except if I spell it right. Yep, no, we got the same thing. Constructor. Okay, we're doing the thing where everyone in chat is just saying a word and then... I hope we're not all just guessing and we actually know the answer to this when we type things. Add a private field and return it in the property. Like fuck's sake. I'm just gonna make it not abstract. You know, I'm just gonna not do it. I'm just gonna... No, wait, it doesn't need to be... Wait, no, it doesn't need to be abstract. What am I doing? It doesn't need to be anything, right? Oh, but then the problem is it's not set. Yes, that's right. I want to force the thing to set it to something. That's the whole point. I remember now. Public virtual float x get set. I don't think I want to use classes for this at all. I just don't know. It's difficult because the more I think about this system that I wanted to do, the more it doesn't work. Really. I started with an interface and then there was some problem with it which I now don't remember, and then I switched to using a class instead. It was like 20 minutes ago, I don't remember now. But an interface was the thing I started with. I'm not even sure I want to do this. Oh, fuck, this is so aggravating. Like, I just want... Maybe, like... Like, I feel like declaring the fucking enemies in the spawner isn't even what I want. So I have an enemy object, right? And then the basic enemy object has its stuff in it. I feel like this class should be inside of this, really, and not over here. But can I even do it like that? Like, no, because this fucking interface isn't going to exist, is it? Or whatever. So inside this, I would want this, but it doesn't know what spawnable is. Could I do spawner.spawnable? Yes, I can do that, at least. So, okay, so that makes more sense to place this in each enemy class instead. And then I guess when I just fucking initialize, yeah, init spawnables, I'll just, I don't know why this is a function, but when I create this list, actually I guess it's a function because it'll be huge, but when I create this list, I'll just have to memorize every enemy in the game and add it. Right? PRC creation day? I don't know what that means. Let me try using an interface again. What was wrong with an interface? Because an interface makes sense here. Interfaces cannot contain instance fields. So do I need to use a property again? Like...
Oh, hey, thanks.
Ragnarok Begin just resubscribed for 6 months. Cheers.
Yeah, so with an interface, I can't force the lower thing to implement. I mean, it's not the end of the world, right? Like, I can just fucking over here just do this, right? Like, this is fine. Like, like this isn't the end of the world. Oh, but then the pack scene, I would just have to have a function get pack scene, right? So I'm just going to need to remember, so wait, but then this works. Yeah, I don't need it in the interface. But yeah, I just wanted to make sure that the implementation of the thing, the inherited thing, had the thing in it, which is why I thought a class would make more sense. I guess, which is why I switched to classes. But that's fine. An interface makes sense. Why does this work? I guess, yeah, this needs to exist. Does it need to be abstract? I suppose not, right? Not when it's an interface. So we need to have a packed scene that's gettable. But then in the basic enemy, I need to be able to set the scene. Which I guess is still happening. Cannot be this basic enemy. Oh, basic enemy spawnable. Oh, that's a shit name, but whatever. Oh no, I guess I could just do spawnable, couldn't I? Right, yeah. Because it would be basic enemy dot spawnable, which is perfect. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I guess this is fine then. This doesn't need to be public. And then I can do this. Okay, fine. So now... I mean, I guess I don't technically need this. I could just calculate the RNG weight every time. So let's do depending on the difficulty, right, we get the RNG weight. So this is different from the grab bag thing, isn't it now? This is where the grab bag would have been better. I mean, maybe I could still do it like that and not use the RNG weight. And say, like... but then the whole point was to get this, check this constantly for the spawning conditions. That was the whole point in changing the system, Josh. You shouldn't have bothered changing it if you were going to just use the fucking bag system again. So... The whole problem with the bag system is that I couldn't force things to happen at certain times. I mean, was that really that big a problem? Okay, here's what I'm thinking about, alright? So, the current system... what happens is... we have a bag, and we have the enemies in the bag, so we have, like, a basic enemy... like, we have 7 basic enemies, and then, like... you know, 1 spiky enemy, or like 3 of those or whatever, and then 1 DVD enemy, right? And then every time we need to spawn one, we go into the bag and we grab one randomly. So let's say we grab a spiky enemy, we then reduce the spiky enemy count to 2, and we spawn the spiky enemy, right? And then we keep doing this until the bag is empty. And then when the bag is empty, we then consult a list of... we then get the difficulty. I can't even show this now because I've deleted it, but I can revert, obviously. But we then consult a list of difficulties. So, like, if the difficulty is, say, like 1.7... we'd go through a list of all the possible spawns, and we have, like, you know, basic enemy, like from 0 to 2, and because we're within this range, we add the enemy to it, and this has, like, it has a number in it, say 7, so we'll add 7 basic enemies to this. So then I can determine how likely a thing is to spawn based on the number of things in the bag. So say I want, like, yeah, I want 7 basic enemies in the bag. I guess I could just mix these systems, yeah. The more I'm explaining this. And I can... we can... quack, yes, exactly. we can have... So, okay, the other system had the advantage of just having everything listed in the spawnable. But then it didn't have the advantage of me being able to have custom functions like this. So okay, so then we go through the list and then we get spiky enemy, you know, if it's between like 1.5 and 2, we'll get it. But then the DVD enemy would only be from like 2 to 3, so then we don't get that one because we're at 0.7. So then we have the grab bag. Why have I done an E? Spiky enemy, like say 3 of them. And we go through the bag again, and when it runs out, we go through it. And this was good because it smooths out the RNG. It makes it so that, you know, if I want spiky enemies, like every 10 enemies, if I want 3 of them to be the spiky enemy and 7 of them to be the basic enemy, I can do that exactly. I don't have to say like random F float 10, and if it's less than 3, we spawn a spiky, and if it's not, we'll spawn a basic enemy, right? I don't have to do that. And then that means like we can't get like 12 basic enemies in a row because you got unlucky, or like 7 spiky enemies, right? So it smooths out the RNG a lot. The problem with this system is that I couldn't do custom things very easily. So when I wanted to spawn like the 1-up, for example, I wanted to do it that it would like had custom things, so it wouldn't block the spawn, so it would make another thing from the bag, and it also wouldn't it would only also spawn once, so I would have to like then remove this from the list after it was used. And then the problem is that I also couldn't do stuff like, so say like I wanted to do a tutorial about the spiky enemy, right? So I wanted to make sure one spiky enemy spawned like at an exact point. I couldn't do it. And what were the problems with this system? I'm trying to remember. It also wasn't like procedural. That was it. It wasn't like procedural. I had to write like, okay, DVD from like 2 to 3, and then DVD from like 3 to 4, and then I'd have to write like an entire list for every possible thing, which was like shit. Using the class system means I can at least make it so that... I wish that would minimize when I minimize it. Using the class system would that mean that, like, when I do spawning conditions, I can check to, like, return whether it should spawn or not. So here I could do stuff like, if difficulty between 0 to 2, spawn, like, return... There shouldn't be a bool, actually. There should be a short, a byte. Sorry, a byte. Like, and then it returns like 12 to add, or returns 7 to then add 7 to the pool, right? And then the spawning procedure, when I go to spawn it, I can do intelligent stuff here, and then we can return false or not to whether to like add another thing. Yeah, actually this is better, just do it like this. But then I don't need the RNG weight, because that's used if I'm doing that sort of stuff. And yeah, I could just check procedure like that. Yeah, okay, this is better. We're doing a mix of these two systems. Sorry, I'm like I'm working on this as I'm doing it. So in player, we don't need get RNG weight in the spawnable. And we'll leave that there. And in it, spawnables, we'll just get like all of them. Like, yeah, no, I'm going to do a slightly different to what I wrote. So I'm going to mix these things and still have the bag, because I like the bag system a lot. I really like having the bags like consistency, but it being delayed a little bit is okay, I suppose. But yeah, just having a function is the important thing, so that I can do complicated stuff. So here I could have like bool has spawned once, so I can do a thing where I only spawn one like triangle enemy or whatever, spiky enemy, and then once it's spawned one in an entire bag, then I can start spawning them properly. Yeah, just having a class like this lets it so I can do so much more complicated things rather than the old system. So this is better. So I just need to combine this with the old system. Okay. So in spawner, annoyingly I deleted all of the fucking code. That's fine. If I just copy this, and then we could just control Z the hell up, like undo everything I just did. Okay, we're back. Right. So then we replace this struct. We make a spawnables, and then we comment this out. So now we'll go through this. Now all of this is horribly broken, but that's okay. So we just need to go through the list, and we just need to say why is this not a for each? I think there was a reason, right? Let's just redo this. For each spawnable spawnable in spawnables. That's a lovely sentence. If spawnable dot spawning conditions, so if that's equals to true, why can't I? What? Oh, spawning conditions float. Oh, I don't need that float now, do I? We don't need RNG weight here. I don't think. We don't need that. So then in spawner, yeah, we get if spawning conditions. So if the spawning conditions are true, we do shuffle bag add. We do for int I equals spawnable dot spawning procedure. Oh well, The shuffle bag should just be no. Spawning procedure, that shouldn't be, it shouldn't be spawning procedure. It should be like, shit. Spawning procedure should be the thing that happens when we try to spawn it. So that's down here. But this should be me getting the amount that we should spawn at this given moment. Which is kind of a spawning conditions thing. How do I get how many to add to the list? I mean, I could just have a new function. So we could have if spawnable dot spawning conditions is true. I could just make it so that returns a number instead of a bool. And then if it's greater than 0, we add that many number of its type to the list. Yeah, I just don't like that wording. Right, spawning conditions. for each spawnable in spawnables for int I equals spawnable conditions. That's just not the right wording. The functionality is fine, but it's just not the right wording. Wait, spawning conditions is returning a bool. Oh, there should be a byte. The one in basic enemy is a byte, right? Why wasn't that giving an error? Spawn count. Ah, but it's like it's like the function needs to give like the function needs to be checking whether the thing should be spawning or not, but the thing it returns should be the amount to spawn. And I can't think of a good word. We'll just use spawning conditions for now. I is greater than 0, I negative negative. Then we have shufflebag.add. It wants a spawnable. Oh yeah, that's right. Add. Oh wait, this isn't right. I have like a list of things, a list of the enemies. Their spawnable should be a different thing. Oh, that's really fucking annoying. The no. So the problem I have now is that I'm going through a list of... I have a list of spawnables, but then I also have a shuffle bag of them. I mean, I guess that's fine. It's kind of weird. It should be like... I mean, I guess that's what I was doing before. It's just kind of weird. So it's just going to add itself here? I guess that's fine, actually. The shuffle bag should be that as well. That's kind of weird that it adds a copy of itself to the bag, but I guess that's fine. I'm like checking. Yeah, okay, whatever, fuck it, it's fine. So, I've just, fuck it. So, if the shuffle bag is empty, we go through each thing that we could spawn. Then we go through the list of all the things we could spawn, and we ask it to add a number of itself to the shuffle bag. And there it will check, like, okay, if the difficulty is this or whatever, you know, we need to do different things. So there, that's this number basically. And then this is what we do in the function to get this number, okay? This is really shit architecture. I kind of hate it, but whatever. And then, like, yeah, based on the number it returns, we'll add one to the shuffle bag of itself, which is kind of weird, but whatever. So we don't need this. That's us doing the same thing. And then we don't need to do this because that was other jank. Okay, this is much cleaner. So if the shuffle bag is empty, go through list of spawnables and ask them to add themselves to the new bag. So when the timer's up, if the shuffle bag's empty, we'll do that. And then this is us getting its random, its type. So then we want to do the spawning procedure. So if we get that shuffle bag, we ask it its spawning procedure. So we go through the shuffle bag randomly, and then we do if, then we do bool spawn again equals shuffle bag k dot spawning procedure. And then in the spawning procedure, we actually create the enemies. We don't do this here. So it's the enemy that creates itself. Oh, it'll have to add it as a sibling of the spawner object, which is kind of weird. I mean, I can just call shuffle bag spawning procedure. Have it return... No, because I might want to spawn two different things, right? Yeah, we definitely remove it from the shuffle bag. That's for sure. But adding the sibling is kind of weird, but that's okay. We'll just do that ourselves, I guess. That's pretty weird. What happens if I call add sibling in here? We'll see, I guess. Pass a node as an argument? I can do, I suppose. Does that work? I don't know how to get this thing's node. Duh. Come on, you idiot. I just don't like the way this is worded. I don't know. It's gonna work, but it's like we have a list of all the enemies and when to spawn them. But we copy those enemies and add them to the bag. It's kind of weird. I don't know. Maybe that does make sense. And then the position spawning, I guess the thing itself should determine that, right? Rather than the spawner. That should be in spawning procedure. Yeah, this is kind of weird. What was it called? Yeah, spawnable. What? Why can't I? Oh, protection level. Oh, fucking Jesus, man. What? A type. I mean, I can just do like spawnables equals new list and then just add it, I suppose. Okay, there we go. Why the fuck did I struggle so much with this? Okay. Now my brain is just completely fried now. Now I'm failing to just do basic C# things. So we would just have to add all of the things here. I guess in enemy, can I do this? Can I do a public class spawnable public abstract class? Can I can't do it like that, I guess. Do I need to actually fucking Jesus, okay. Okay. That is fucking weird. So... What? Okay, there we go. So that was fucking weird. So now the enemies are a class that inherits from enemy, and inside that inheritance they have an interface that they need to also to get. That's really weird, but it makes sense. It's inheriting a class, and in that class is an interface it needs to implement. So now all of these, the DVD enemy, for example, is now buggered, right? Like, it's not... Oh, it doesn't seem to have changed, actually. Eh? Does it not need to implement this? Huh. What? How does it not need to implement that? That's so weird. If it's part of the class, and it's part of the class it inherits as an abstract, that's so weird. That's very strange. Abstract classes don't need to implement everything. Really? Okay. Huh. Okay. Then what's the point? Because now if I do enemy dot spawnable on a list of enemies and one of these hasn't implemented it, what the fuck is going to happen? I thought that was the whole fucking point. Is that makes it required. Am I losing my mind? Like, there's points. Like, if I don't have points here, the class gets angry at me. And says, does not implement inherited abstract member enemy points get, and it requires it. A non-abstract class has to implement it. Well, basic enemy is an abstract. Does this class need to not be abstract? Is that what you were saying? But it has to be. I'm so confused. Like, what the fuck is the point? So if I made a list of enemies and I called enemy.spawnable, what the fuck happens if I haven't implemented it? Say in 1-up enemy, it doesn't exist. Then what the fuck happens? I think you just declared an abstract class enemy dot spawnable is not path of enemy spec. Right. Okay. But I thought if you inherited the enemy class, you'd inherit child classes of it. That's very strange. Non-abstract classes that inherit abstract classes have to implement it. Abstract classes that inherit other abstracts can choose to implement or not. Right. Okay, whatever. I mean, I'm just gonna do it anyway. I'm gonna remember to fucking do this, but that's so weird to me. But okay. What the fuck is the point then? I thought the whole point of inheriting a class is that you needed to implement all of the things from it. But okay. Kinda weird. Enemy does not inherit spawnable. I don't no, not the basic enemy.
Oh, hey, thanks.
Here is basic enemy.
Applebomb93 just subscribed.
Here is basic enemy of type enemy, right? I can do list enemies, right? Enemies. And within this list, I can do enemies dot spawnable, right? In this list of enemy classes, yeah, only some of them have implemented, have spawnable as a thing. So what the fuck happens when I do this on like DVD enemy, which doesn't have a spawnable class? What happens? I can't get spawnable. Spawnable cannot reference a type for an expression. Try enemy.spawnable instead. That's what I'm doing. I think you're confusing classes inside other classes with members. I don't... Terminology is not a thing that I do. I'm just thinking logically here. I don't know what a member even means, right? That's the... Like, enemy spawnable is a type which is not valid in the given context. I mean, yeah, that's just the context I'm using it in, right? Like... That's so weird to me. You don't have an instance member called spawnable, you just declared a new class inside another class. You just put spawnable inside enemy, but spawnable isn't actually related to enemy, it's just a convenience for you to do enemy.spawnable. You literally just have a class inside another class's namespace. Right, okay. So they're not... Okay. It's not a problem I'm having, Randale, it's just... I just didn't understand how this would work. That's all. So there's no point... So this here, there's no point having that, because it doesn't actually force this to implement anything. I'm not trying to achieve anything. Chat, don't get confused. There's no problem. There's nothing I'm trying to achieve. I'm just trying to understand how this isn't, like, a requirement. That was all. I just didn't know how I could put something in enemy and then not have all of the things that inherit from enemy required to also have it added. That was all. It's not a problem that doesn't happen. I'm just confused how it doesn't happen. I'm just like, what? But okay, I guess classes don't inherit their inherited classes subclasses. That's all. Okay, we are now moving past this topic and we're moving on to the next thing. Okay, so we've got basic enemy spawnable. So now let's add spawning conditions. So we need to do if gameplay controller.difficulty. Whoa. So we need to what was happening before? So it doesn't happen because enemy does not extend spawnable. Alright, I don't know what that means. Again, we're running into a problem here where people are typing things that I don't understand what means. This is why I didn't get a programming job, because I just can't do the communication thing. Do you see the extend keyword in your code? Search for it. I literally don't know what that means, but you're saying, like, it doesn't say extend, is it not obvious? Like, extend? That doesn't... IntelliSense is very confused. Maybe extend here? No, this word could go anywhere, right? Like, I literally have never used this keyword. IntelliSense has no idea what you're talking about. It's not even a thing in C#, apparently. Okay, fantastic. Class basic enemy : enemy is the C# equivalent of extend in other languages. Okay. I don't know what this means. Okay, anyway, I'm kind of over this conversation now. Right, spawnables add basic enemy. So we need to... So basic enemy used to look like this. Let's just copy paste this. Or cut, rather. And put this over here. Just so I can see what I was doing before. So if gameplay controller.difficulty is smaller than 0.25f, we want to return 7. I could mathematically do this maybe, but the problem is I'm not sure. I'm sure there's a smarter way of doing this rather than me just writing in like 765432. Right, I could do like every 2.5 above 1.25 we take one enemy away, right? So if so we have like spawn, okay. We have a byte of number to return to add and it equals 7, right? And then enemies to add minus equals game controller.difficulty. We need to do like for every 0.25 over 1.25 we take away 1 until 7, obviously. So it seems you want to scale the difficulty value and map it to value 0.7. Sure, yeah, for now. Like, I mean, I might want other values later. We want... Fuck. Enemies to add equals difficulty divided by 1 divided by 0.25. Wait, hold on. Let me open a calculator. Is this doing what I want it to do? So if difficulty is 1.25, we take away 1, divide it by 0.25, that times it by 2. Yeah, that's exactly what we want. Yeah. Gotcha. So enemies to add equals... Thanks. Difficulty, gameplay controller difficulty minus 1.0 divided by 0.25. Oh yeah, we cast it as a byte. Return enemies to add. Thing is, what happens if this goes beyond... What happens if this goes beyond whatever difficulty, but this goes to 0? So if we're at... say we're at like 5, take away 1, 4, divided by 0.25, 16. Wait, that's the opposite. This adds 1 enemy for each 0.5. Yeah, this is the opposite of what I want. We're going the wrong... That's the wrong way around. I want 7 enemies at... Yeah, no. We want to... Seven at 0.25. We just do minus equals, right? Yeah, 1 less for each 0.25. So like that, I think, is what we want, right? So we start with 7, and then for each one of these over, we take away 1. But obviously, we need to do a certain... We need to cap it. How do we cap this? So like, we could do math.min. math.min of the minimum, the maximum between... Oh, the thing is, it's fucking gonna wrap around, isn't it? Because there's a byte. Well, no, it's not a byte yet. Of 0 and this. There we go. Yeah, it's a double, so that'll be fine. So now... wait. Yeah. Wait. So if we're at 1, we do minus, yeah, time, and then divide by 0.25 because it's 0. But then if it's 1.25, we divide by... Sorry, it'd be 0.25. Yeah, and then we times that by... Let's divide that by that, and it's... Shouldn't just be times 4. That makes the maths make more sense in my head. It's exactly the same thing, of course, but makes a bit more sense to me. Okay. For every 0.25 difficulty over 1.25, we remove 1 basic enemy from the pool. We always want 1, I think, though. Until 1. There we go. Oh, I suppose actually dividing by 0.25 like this actually makes it so I can see how much difficulty, right? Because if I did this by 20, then we'd get the same, right? Yeah, no, that actually divide does make more sense. Your cap doesn't work. Why? Oh, no, it is the minimum of 6, like that, yes. We're not equaling, we're dividing, aren't we? So we want the minimum either of a 6 to be removed, or whatever that is. So if this is 3, we remove 3 instead. Okay. I need a way to, like, visualize what's in the bag at any given time. Like a GD print, I guess. GD.print added spawnable.get type name. Oh wow, that's actually pretty smart. So at the end of this, we can do shuffle bag. We can do gd.print shuffle bag contains, and then for each thing in the shuffle bag, gd print spawnable.get type .name. What am I doing here? Plus comma space. Obviously it would have a comma at the end, but like whatever, man. Okay, let's see if that works. Oh my god, I'm actually going to run the game for the first time in an hour and a half. And nothing happens. Debugger. Index was out of range. Have I actually finished implementing this yet? It never printed. Resource file not found, res expected type. What? Oh god, what have I fucking done? Timer up. 81. Oh, fucking Jesus fucking Christ. Return enemies to add, you idiot. You want to try that one again, Josh? Ah, Jesus. Shovel bag contains spawnable. Okay. That isn't quite what I had in mind. Oh, it needs to be spawnable scene, doesn't it? Spawnable dot scene dot get type name. There we go, that's better. Packed scene. Fuck my life. Resource name. Does that work? Shovel bag contains blank. How do I just get the class name? Is that a thing I can do? Resource path. Fuck it, that'll work. What else is there in this? I know you can't see IntelliSense. Name of class. Yeah, okay. Oh, get class. Returns the object's built-in class name as a string. There we go. Let's try that. It's probably gonna return like node or something, isn't it? Packed scene. Fuck my life. You know, just getting the fucking... the resource path will work. Whatever. I'll know what it means. Basic enemy.tcn, there we go. Yeah. Okay. Oh, there was one where it was 0. Oh yeah, I guess that's fine, right? Like, this should be doing... Yeah, because then the shuffle bag can be empty, and then it reshuffles it. This should be, this should be here, really. Oh, but then it removes... I want to know which one... Oh, I say it removes, right? gd.print... Ah, not primitive mesh. This needs to go here. GD print. No, wait. Nah, fuck it, that's fine. But then it can spawn one without me ever seeing it. Ah, just put it there. Yeah, whatever. I won't see which one it removes, but it's fucking good enough. Shuffle bag contains 7 basic enemies, 6 basic enemies, 5 basic enemies, 4 basic enemies, 3 basic enemies, 2 basic enemy, 1 basic enemy, 7 basic enemies. Yes, okay, so that's working. Obviously, nothing is spawning, because we're not actually doing anything in spawning procedure, but, you know. So... How do I instantiate a thing again? So, spawning procedure. We want to do... I guess this didn't actually need to be public in the end, did it? Never mind. By the way, scene is a property, so every time you access it, you reload it, I think. Oh, yeah. This should just be a string. Right? Like, this should just be a string that leads to the scene. Yeah, that makes so much more sense. And then if we need to load it, we just do that. Yeah. Oh, it does implement it. It's right there. What do you mean we don't implement packed scene file path? What? It's right there, my guy. In fact, do I even need this? Oh, yeah, I do, don't I? I mean, right, I guess it doesn't need to be public, but then that makes displaying the list a pain in the ass. Syntax I love it. Oh, a clue, not the actual answer, just a clue. Okay, pack scene file path syntax is wrong. Public string pack scene file path git. And then, do I need to do that? Okay, there we go. We got there. All right. Yeah. Yeah, I need the weird thing. Yeah. Gotcha. Okay. Pack scene file path is this. Yeah. And then in spawner we just do pack scene file path, right? There we go. Where are you calling spawning conditions? Here. So then in spawning procedure, we need to make the thing. So we need to do packed scene scene equals resource loader pack scene file path. Pack scene file path. Pack scene file path. Okay. And then pack scene equal resource loader pack scene file path. How did I instantiate this before? I need to look at GitHub. Check how I did this before. Because I deleted it. That's supposed to be a variable, not a string. I'm gonna just continue until I get a clearer GitHub mobile. Oh, I love logging into GitHub. Sign in request. Numbers I won't say out loud. Done. Fantastic. Hey Cosmos, it's alright, I'm just redoing my spawning system and it's fucking complicated. Right, let's see. Scripts. Spawner. Right, how did I spawn before? So it was new enemy equal type enemy. Right, okay, so we want to do a... Oh god, we're instantiating ourselves. That's kind of weird. A enemy, new enemy. Ah! Equals this dot instantiate. Don't even need to do the... Yeah, there we go. This dot instantiate type enemy. God, it's weird how the enemy is creating itself. I really don't like how this is the architecture of this. It doesn't make much sense. Okay, so we don't actually need that at all. So spawning procedure is we load ourself or a packed scene containing this script, which is very strange. And then enemy spawn again, shuffle back, remove that, add sibling. Yeah, this is where it's gonna. So parent dot add sibling. Oh, it shouldn't be called parent in that case, should it? I should just call this node. Spawner node. Spawner node dot add sibling. New enemy. New enemy. Oh my god. Please IntelliSense. And then new enemy dot position dot global position equals new vector 2 of... I'm just going to copy paste this. Wonderful. Okay. Huh. Okay, now let's try running the game. And it should actually make enemies. This did not happen. Why did this not happen? Debugger errors. Oh, I see what you're saying now with the fucking variable. Right. Ah, yes. Right, I see what you're saying now. My bad. Yep, got you. Oh dear. That's funny. Alright, okay, now it works. There we go. Fucking Christ. And it tells me what's in the shuffle bag. Okay. Oh dear, that's funny. Okay, so now it just spawns basic enemies constantly. Oh my god, I got there. Right. So, after an arduous, like, 2 hours almost, I managed to sort of implement the thing that I was talking about at the beginning of the stream. Okay, wonderful. So now in the spawner, we have a new spawnable... Oh, I don't actually need this anymore. We have a spawnable list, which is a list of, like, all of the spawnables in the whole game. In fact, I'm not even gonna... You know what? I'm not even gonna use this. I'm just gonna do that. Sod it. And I can get rid of all this now as well. So, at the start, when we create the spawner object, we load in all the enemies. I'm only loading in one right now. And then when the timer runs out, if the shovel bag's empty, we go through the list of spawnables that we made at the start. And for each of them, we get spawnable spawning conditions, and then that will return a byte of the number of enemies to add, which is kind of jank, and I don't like it. I need to think of a better name for this. Function, but that's fine for now. So based on the spawning conditions, we get a number, and then for each of those, we add one of the things to the list. Maybe spawning conditions. Wouldn't it make more sense to just pass in spawning conditions to the shuffle bag by a reference? Wait, hold on. I'm changing this in the middle of my explanation of how this works. So spawnable spawning conditions. Can't I do a reference like this? Shuffle bag. Isn't that what the star means? Oh, it's a pointer. So then in spawning conditions, we do that to a list of spawnable. The shuffle bag. Maybe passing around the actual... How do I pass the actual list in C#? Well, whatever. Anyway, I'll do that in a minute. But that would probably work better than what I'm doing. But anyway, for now, we go through the whole list, and then based on the number of it, we add it to the shuffle bag. But realistically, spawning conditions should be the thing that adds itself to the shuffle bag. Anyway, I then print out what the shuffle bag contains, and then for each thing in the shuffle bag, we shuffle the shuffle bag. We get a random thing from the shuffle bag, and then we grab one, and then we do its spawning procedure, and we pass it the thing, and then we remove it from the shuffle bag, and the spawning procedure is where it spawns itself. Yeah. And we get, like, yeah, its own packed file, scene path, which, to be honest, I probably don't even need this string at all. I could just Oh no, I want that for the printing of the thing, don't I? Anyway, whatever. We're, it just spawns itself, sets its own position, sets its own sibling, blah blah blah, all that good stuff. Yeah, there we go. Christ, that's complicated. I kind of hate how the spawner goes to the enemy to ask it what to do, and then the enemy sort of does it, but it manipulates the spawner in order to do it. It's kind of weird. I don't really like how that works. It's not like a clean, like, down the chain system, but it works for now. I'm sure I'll come up. If list is a class, I would guess that by passing list is passing a reference to the list. Right, okay, so I can just pass it a list of the shuffle bag. So I give the enemy the shuffle bag, and hey, here, you can do what you want with it. Yeah, in spawning conditions, we just give it the shuffle bag, and then it can, instead of us doing this to the shuffle bag, because maybe the spawning conditions, it wants to empty the shuffle bag, right? And then what it should return should be a bool whether to continue looking through the thing or not, because maybe the spawning condition is empty the fucking shuffle bag, put one thing in it and go. That might be a thing, right? So yeah, we should do that instead. I'm going to do that. But yeah, for now it works. I can get basic enemies spawning. It just means I don't have to write that list, and instead, like, in the enemies, I program how they spawn, which makes a lot more sense. So let's do that. So in spawning conditions, which doesn't really make any sense. I still hate how this is working. I still hate, like, if I open paint real quick, I hate how we have the spawner, right, which is supposed to be the thing in charge of spawning, and it will go to the enemy class, and it will ask it, hey, do a thing, and then the enemy goes, okay, and returns a thing to the spawn, like, does stuff to the spawner. I don't know. I don't like how that works. It should be the spawner using the enemy's properties for spawning, but what spawning conditions is supposed to do is check whether the enemy can spawn or not. Perhaps one of these design patterns might help you. We're starting to get into scary territory when we say perhaps one of these design patterns might help you. Because now I'm very scared to read this. Yeah, I have absolutely no idea what any of this shit means. Yes, that's not really a thing I'm going to want to be reading all. Let me just read all of these on stream real quick, right? Like, it's not really what I want to be doing. Hierarchy is broken. Yeah, I guess that's what I'm trying to say. Like, I understand that, but I just don't know how. Okay, so in this instance, how can I get spawner? Oh, Jesus Christ, that's a paragraph. So in this case, how am I supposed to get spawner to take the complicated functionality that I want all the enemies to have? I guess I could, like, this should just be like, like, it makes sense to have the details about how to spawn the enemy in the enemy class. Dude, you need to learn about dependency injection ASAP. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, we're getting into the angry programmer phase of this, where people are angry at me. Oh no. Uh-oh. Oh no, time to stop asking questions and just keep programming. No, stop, sorry, I'm sorry. What was I doing? Right, let's see. Basic enemy. So I wanted to give it the thing. So we want to give the list of spawnable. We wanted to give it the list. Shuffle. Wait. Yeah. Shuffle bag. Ah. So we wanted to do that, and then in spawning conditions. Yeah, we can, we take this. And then instead of returning the number, we just, like, manipulate the shuffle bag ourselves. Okay, so, like, is this the actual list, though? I feel like I'm not going to be editing the actual list. And I guess I could just return the list. Like, am I not just... Is this not just a copy of Shuffle Bag that I'm editing here? So it's going to do nothing. I guess there's one way to find out. So funnily enough, we just take what was already in here and just do it again, right? Well, you do this with the nodes. Oh yeah, that is true actually. That is true. The node parent, I do add a chart of it and it does work. No, I suppose you're right. Yeah, no, you're correct. So for each, we just do spawnable.spawning conditions and we pass it the shuffle bag. The names of these are not good, but I can figure that out eventually. So then, for each enemy, for enemies to add, we do shuffle bag dot add this. Oh god, that's so shit. Oh god, I hate it so much. It's like, oh god. Okay. So then, yeah, spawnable shuffle bag. We just pass it the shuffle bag and just let it do what it wants to do it. That's fine. Failed to build. Yeah, okay. Not. It doesn't implement. Oh, right. Oh yeah, no, it works. It edits the shuffle bag. Okay, cool. Edits the actual shuffle bag. Was it not the ref keyword? Is that not what I wanted to reference? Oh, whatever. Okay. Oh, I'm sad. This entire time I had managed to do things slowly and with chat's approval, but now everyone, anytime I ever show this ever, is going to be really pissed off, aren't they? Oh. I like the way this works better. But like I understand that whatever the word for architecture is bad. Maybe I could find a way to do this better. Ah, fuck it, whatever. Like, I want the spawner to be in charge of everything, but I just can't think of a way of getting the spawner to do the functions of the stuff. I mean, I can always just return the fucking stuff I want. Wait, why don't I just return a list of spawnables with spawning conditions and add that? Just do, like... spawnable.spawning conditions. It should just be conditions, shouldn't it? I don't know why I had the word spawnable in it, spawning in it. But conditions is the wrong word, even. It shouldn't be conditions, it should be... Conditions is like... the stuff that it needs to meet. And then if it does... No, but yeah, then what if I want to edit the shuffle bag? I hate the name spawning conditions here. It needs to be like... should enter bag, or like... refill shuffle bag. Or shuffle bag empty. There's just paragraphs and paragraphs and paragraphs in chat, like... Well, it's difficult to read that when I'm also trying to think about what the fuck I'm even trying to do here. Like, you know, when you're programming, you just kind of need to stare at the thing. I can't now also read paragraphs of stuff, because I just lose the brain space, or whatever you want to call it. Headspace. What happened to everyone telling me the other day, oh, don't get stuck refactoring, just make the game right? What happened to that? I liked that more. So when I wanted to refactor to get things correctly, everyone kept telling me to stop getting stuck in refactoring hell. And now I've implemented something kind of jankily. Everyone's just like, oh, fucking stop and refactor it right now, right? Like, which is it? Is refill's 2 L's, isn't it? Yeah, it should be called refill shuffle bag, really. It's probably the best name I can come up with here. That makes more sense. This is what happens when I name things before I actually write them. And this should just be called spawn, right? Like... why spawning procedure? Why not just spawn? Okay. Okay. Oh, I removed all of the... Ah, fuck it. That's fine, I have it on GitHub. Bag you go. Have you been here the past 2 days? Because I've been working solely on this for the past 2 days. I didn't just go straight into this method of spawning things. Like, this is like the 3rd iteration of the spawning stuff code. So I did start simple, and then I've needed, like, I had more requirements, and that's how we got to this point. I didn't just jump straight here. I'm getting to the point where I'm like getting the inverse social pressure thing that happens to me, where everyone is telling me to do a thing and it just makes me really not want to do that thing, even if I think that thing's a good idea. So I'm just we're gonna move on from this a minute until I can get over that, and we'll do something else. Let's just make it so I can get the rest of the enemies spawning. So where's spiky enemy? I need to do spiky enemy. No, not the scene.
Oh, hey, thanks.
Dave Overload just resubscribed for 75 months.
Thanks, Dave, for 75 months of Prime. Hello. How's it going? Right, so this one is... Why are there 2 semicolons here? How have I managed that? Let's see. So this would be spiky enemy. Ah! Not B spiky enemy, spiky enemy. Didn't even let you type a message. RIP. So the spiky enemy works differently. So spiky enemy would be... Where's my old thing? Let's just try to re-implement the old level. So I'm just going to write this naively. If gameplay control of the difficulty is fuck, greater than 1.5 F, we add 1. Oh, it needs to also be smaller than 2. Oh no, See, the other system did have some advantages. All the other system really needed was some functions. But I just don't know how to do it like that. Sorry, I know I'm just sat here in silence, but I'm just thinking. It should just be the enemy class that has this stuff in it. Like, not as an interface. The spawner should just have a list of all the enemies as their actual scripts, or as like a node or whatever. A packed scene, whatever the fuck you want to call it. The spawner should just have a list of all the enemies and then when the spawner wants the spawner's shuffle bag is empty, it should consult all the enemies for their shuffle bag conditions. What are conditions? Like the current difficulty, or if it's spawned before, or basically a function, a method, are like the conditions are like I may need more in the future. Like I need like tools for the game design. Like I need the 1-ups to spawn every like insert points here range, or insert difficulty here range. I need like the new enemy types to be introduced slowly to the player. I need the basic enemy types to fill in, like, you know, the keep the shuffle bag somewhat full, otherwise the other enemy types will fill this up too much. Forget classes and interfaces, just do it in one function. The very, very first thing I did was a big switch case that said, if this enemy type, do this. If this, do this. That was like literally the first thing I did. It was literally the first thing I did 2 days ago. And then chat yells about refactoring again, Lamo. Yeah, and inside these we have like spawning conditions, and if true, so the spawner asks the enemies, so when the shuffle bag is empty, So when the spawner's shuffle bag is empty, we ask it for the spawning conditions. And if the spawning conditions are true, we need to add it to the bag, right? But this is the problem now, we go up again. Chat, I understand what you're saying. I understand that the enemies shouldn't be the thing that then go back up to the spawner to dictate it. I get that. I have understood that from the beginning. That is when I was programming it, I said, ooh, this is bad, as I was programming it. And I get that. This isn't like a Josh doesn't understand fucking object-oriented programming. Like, I get it. I know it's bad. I knew it was bad the entire time. I have never, at one moment, not thought this was bad. I just can't think of another way of doing it. That's what I said this entire fucking time. You don't need to tell me it's bad. I know that. I know the window shouldn't be the thing opening it. It should be the car or whatever. Whatever example you want to fucking say. I get it. You could stop telling me it's bad now. Tell me what to do instead. That's the problem. I don't know what else to do. I can't think of a different way of doing it. I can move the fucking spawnable and move this logic and stuff all over the place. But the thing is, it has to fucking be somewhere. And it makes sense for the enemies to know how they spawn and to have like their conditions within themselves. But then at some point, it's like, okay, if the spawning conditions are true, now the spawner has to spawn them, but the spawner has to know how to spawn them from these. And then this just goes back up the chain of this telling the spawner what to do again. Right? That was the thing we've been at for the past 2 hours. I know it was bad. The second I fucking went into the spawner and wrote the bit where like, oh, now it needs to like tell the spawner what to do. The second I wrote that down, I was like, oh, well, this isn't good. Great, Faye. Fantastic. Make the spawner track enemies or make a separate entity, aka enemy manager, who will act as a bridge between enemies and the spawner. I guess that's what this is. And like an NMG manager would be a different... There isn't really an enemy manager. Like the closest would be like gameplay manager, but doesn't do anything with enemies right now. Isn't that what I had the last time I did this, Clusis? Isn't that what I had to begin with? Okay, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing. I don't give a shit at this point. We're going to fucking do this. Right, so if the difficulty is this, but smaller than this, I don't give a shit. We're writing long if statements. I don't care. Chat could just have a hissy fit. Right, gameplay controller difficulty. If it's between these values, we want to do like... We need this up here. If it's between these values, What was it I had before? Oh, smaller than that. I mean, this could be an else if, I suppose. No, actually, wait. Do it the other way. But smaller than 2. We add 1. If it was... greater than 1.1 F, but smaller than 2 again. We enemies to add twice. Now I'm just re-implementing the same list as before. Maybe the old system was just better. I couldn't have complex, like, when to spawn functionality. Because that's the 1-up would only ever spawn at difficulties and not at scores. Yeah, that's why this is better. My brain is just so fried. I can't think of a better way of writing this right now, so I'm just going to write it the shit way, and we're just going to live with it. Until I've recovered enough to write this properly. Right, we don't need that. We didn't need this. Yeah, good. So then we do spawn. We get this spiky enemy, we add it. Yeah, that's fine. Right, next. DVD enemy. So pack scene, this is DVD enemy. Packed node is just called DVD enemy. So we do DVD enemy was if we're greater than 1.5, we would add 1. If we go greater than 1.6, oops, we add 2, and if we go greater than 1.7, we add another 2. Okay. And then we add them all to the bag. And then we're done. Then 1-up enemy. Right, I was doing this that whenever we got over a difficulty threshold, I spawned it. But I think I actually wanted to do it on a score threshold. Let me play the game a second. What kind of score values are we getting here? I like how I take one look at chat and it's just chat screaming about better ways to implement what I've been saying. Too bad, you lost your chance. We've gone past this. We spent way too long staring at this, figuring better ways of doing it. We're just doing it the bad way to get it done now. Have a look at VVVVV or Minecraft source code and roll over looking at it. And then realize that those games are actually perfectly fine and good. And then I'll continue doing what I'm doing, I think, at this point. Now, I need to remember that. I always need to remember that time I looked at VVVVV's source code. Okay. Yeah, so it should be like every 10,000 points, I guess. You get a 1-up spawn. Or a 1-up added to the pool at any rate. Yeah. Okay, so we do... so we have this. We have a U lot long, because that's how big the scores can get, I think, of score last spawned at. And then we do... Oops. Ah! Okay. We do score last spawned at equals 0, Josh. So we do if gameplay controller got score... Oh, is score not public? No, I'm just saying. It's scrolled off the screen, isn't it? Gameplay controller. Oh yeah, it's not public. But the thing is, I don't want to edit it. I want to be able to read it, but not edit it. Whatever, fuck it. If gameplay controller.score is is greater than score last spawned at plus 10,000. Well, we'll do 9999 because that sounds more fun. We'll do a shuffle bag, add this. And then when it spawns, we actually want to return true because we want to do another spawn. Enemy... Oh, and this should be what one... Packed node's called. One up enemy. DVD enemy, one up enemy. We don't need this. See, now I can actually do complicated stuff like this. Well, not complicated, but different to all the other stuff. I care about your Excel spreadsheet. What are you talking about, Faye? I was extremely impressed with your Excel spreadsheet. I said you were basically programming in Excel. You were doing, like, super complicated stuff. You put Kappa. Okay. Okay. Yeah, your fucking Excel spreadsheet stuff is nuts. You basically programmed your own, like, little tax program into fucking Google Sheets. Instead of using, like, an actual, you know, dedicated programming language thing. It was fucking insane. But, I mean, people do insane stuff with Excel, right? So it makes sense. Okay, right. Oh, no. Hang on. Game isn't going to work yet because I need to, in spawner, we need to do this. Which is another shitty thing I'm doing, but it'll work for now. Spiky, DVD, one up. Okay. Okay, and it prints out what's in the shuffle bag so I can see it. So we have basic enemies. Okay, yeah, now there's spiky ones. Cool, okay. Bum 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 bum. What happens to my touch a spiky one? I just take a life damage, that's all. There's no, like, I'll do it. Look, there's no particle effects or anything. I haven't added anything like that. There's no sounds, there's no effects, there's nothing. Well, one up. Oh, that was bit shit. When are the blocks being changed to Romix? It's kind of a bit more complicated. Wait, what? Oh, I forgot to, kept adding one-ups. I forgot to make it that. There we go. It was just going to keep spawning one-ups forever. Maybe it should be 50,000, because that did seem to take a little while. But, you know, the score values are all a bit up in the air at the moment. Oh, actually, the score values are not... when was the last time I looked at the score being added? Hold on. Where was gameplay controller? Player scored. It's points times difficulty. It should be points times difficulty times 10, really. Because the difficulty is such a small number. Actually, times 10 might be a bit too much. Hang on, let's have a look. Yeah, now the score is like huge. Now I'm at 10,000 already. Times points times by difficulty. So if it was 100, the difficulty was 1. No, actually, no, it's fine. It's just such a small variation is the problem. But so I want that as the more difficult it gets, the more points you get for killing things. But I guess yeah, getting 100 at the very start makes sense, and then it like actually starts ramping up. Because when you get to 2.0 difficulty, you get twice as many points for everything. Infinite score breasts, yeah.
Oh, hey, thanks.
Roland Vink just subscribed.
Did I say thanks Applebomb93 for the Prime sub earlier? And thanks Ragnarok Begin for the 6 months of Prime. And the SND_Victor47 for 6 months of Prime. I think I missed all of those, right? Because I was thinking a lot. Yeah, thank you. And thanks, yeah, Roland Vink. Sorry. I think I missed those from ages ago. Those were like 2 hours ago. Jesus, I'm so sorry. Oh, they probably thought I ignored them. Fuck. I was so busy thinking, trying to solve the problem. I think I do know what I want to do. I don't want it to have as a spawnable object. I want it to just be like a static thing in the enemy class. And we just refer to the enemy class. And the spawner just has all the enemies in it. Yeah, because having it as a subclass is kind of weird. Do 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 do. Bum 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 bum. Ah, fuck. God, the controls are so bad on PC. I need like a level editor. Or something to like visualize when enemies will spawn. Bum, 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 ba, bum, bum. Bonk. Bonk. Nah, fuck it. How am I liking Godot compared to other engines? You haven't seen many people using C# with Godot? Really? I mean, it's getting a lot more support. I do have to use dev version 4.2.5. Sorry, I have to use dev 5. No, I have to use 4.2 dev 5. There we go. The latest dev version to be able to have, like, Androids building with C#. So it's like, it's obviously a high priority for them right now, especially with the whole Unity explosion thing that's happened. But I think it's fine. Like, the docs are good enough. I haven't found anything that's like, oh, you can only do this with GD script so far. Like, there's been nothing like that. Yeah, I need to change how this works. We need to have, like... just keep changing how this fucking thing works. Okay, we need a... In fact, do it in the spawnable for now. No, but interfaces can't have things, right? Oh, they can. Yeah, right. So it should be spawning conditions, and they should also have, like, a public string, a public byte number to spawn. Oops. Then it shouldn't be a spawn function. We don't need a spawn function because we can do that in the actual enemy itself. Like, when it's ready, that's when we do the spawn stuff. So we don't even need this. Unless there's going to be some sort of different mechanic for it. We won't do that. So we'll do...
Oh, hey, thanks.
Rusty Lemons just subscribed.
Thanks, Rusty Lemons, for the Prime sub. Hello. How's it going? Sorry, I keep changing my mind on how this is implemented. I'm just going to do it without explaining it and just make it happen. Oops. Sorry, I know I'm just sat here in silence, but I just want to get this done real quick to make sure this even works. That's kind of be a problem. How do I do... How do I do this? C# interface get set variable. Can I just do get set? Oh, right. Okay. Right. Okay, that works. Right, yeah, okay. Oops, don't want that. Okay. I guess this doesn't really need to return anything. Spawn conditions again is like a bad name for this. Oh, no, I think it's better if it does return something. Right, hang on, I'm almost done. Ah, click it. There we go. Okay. Christ. Right, that should just work exactly the same now. But now it's the spawner that's doing all of this stuff and not the actual enemies themselves. The enemies themselves are not the things spawning themselves. Okay, this is progress. Okay, this makes more sense now. Let's just double check this works. So, surely the title is foolproof? What do you mean? What's wrong with the title? Yeah, thank you, Rusty Lemons, for the Prime sub. I don't know if I said that or not. But thank you. Oh, fuck, whatever, I missed that one. Okay, well, I got a spiky enemy, it's all good. Lost all my difficulty, though, for missing that. But yeah, I don't really need spawning procedure because the enemies themselves have code when they spawn. They have a ready, so they can always just like, and it's a packed scene. Like I can just spawn multiple things. Is it intended to add 1, then 2, then another 2 enemies at max difficulty? Yes. So at max difficulty, I want the pool to be full of DVD enemies more, right? Like I want there to be like more of them. So just like the pool gets full more. When did the DVD enemies spawn? I don't remember what difficulty they first show up. But obviously, like, it's a bit hard to do the level design right now. Because... Oh, hello. Oh, 1-up. It's a bit hard to do the level design right now because it's just all a bit abstract and in code. I would need I don't know, like the first way I tried to do it, well, the second way I tried to do it was with like a bit more, like writing a little, like basically a scripting language to do the levels with, but it just doesn't have enough functionality for like checking spawning conditions and stuff. Oops. I think it makes enough sense to just have all of the enemies have their spawning condition in them. And then go from there. I think it'll be okay. I think I can handle this for like level design. Maybe I need to write like a bag simulator so that I can just see what happens at different difficulties. Whee! Ooh, that was close. It's doing that steel crow because my brain was melting when I was when I wrote it. Oops, so I just wrote it in the stupidest but simplest way possible. Yes, a case and switch makes a lot more sense. And it will probably be what I change it to in future, but I just quickly wrote that just to have functionality again. After my brain was melting earlier. The reason I wrote it like that is because I was copying what the scripting language was doing beforehand. Well, it's not really a scripting language, but I was just copying my level design from beforehand, and that's how it was written. There is no reason to write it like that. Well, it does. There's some reason to write it like that. Anyway, it works. I don't know why I'm still playing. Maybe Zoopy, maybe I need to add the anime girls. That's a good point. Let's see. So we need to, having it written like this is the only benefit is that if we get above 2, these two will remove themselves, so I don't need to have like another case for if above 2, make it lower, right? But it would be nice to have, we could write like a list of we could do a list of vector 2s, funnily enough, or just make a struct for like a float and a byte. And then I could have a list of those structs, and then at the bottom I could do like, that struct, that struct equals new struct or whatever, blah 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 blah. And then we can have, then I can have like, I guess I would want 2 values, right? I would want, yeah, it's alright, Steel Crow. It's a bit hard to get into if you're not here from the start, right? Yeah, I could have like a float min, float max, like I had what I had before, and then byte number, couldn't I? And then I can have like another one of these. Yeah, just do what I did before. Like with the struct that I had, with the system I had before, but just in each enemy instead. Would make more sense. Because then I can just have one loop that does this, basically. Instead of writing a big if thing like this. So let's try that. So let's do... Actually, I wanted to change this a little bit more. I wanted to, instead of having a spawnable, I wanted to have I wanted to make it just a static in the class itself. I guess having it like this is fine. Just doesn't matter too much. What was the benefit of having it in the actual class I was going to do? First of all, the enemy would be able to define it. So it would be a required thing. But it would have to be a static part of the class. I could do... Would that be better for the spawner if it was just... So we just have a... Instead of having these up here... Do I even use these? I don't use these at this point, do I? I don't even use these. Yeah, because the spawnable has its own packed scene within it. Don't forget to git commit before refactoring smiley face. I'm not really done with this though. I don't really want to commit when the code isn't complete. But yeah, we just have a list of all the enemies. This is a bit jank having to write it like this, but fuck it. Nah, and then you get their spawnable. I think this is fine actually. Yeah, fuck it. We don't need to make it as part of the actual enemy class itself. I don't think. Having it at the bottom here is fine, as like a separate class. I just wish enemy could like dictate that they needed it, but you know, whatever. Well, no, it would be nice to have a spawn conditions. I mean, I guess it doesn't really change all that much, right? And this will just be a list of enemies instead of spawnables. There was no sys. I don't remember what it was now, but there was some advantage to doing it like that. I can't remember what it was, but I did think about that Gnosis when I got to there. I was like, wait, why does this even return? Why doesn't it just return the number? But then I determined that there was a reason. I just don't remember now. Yeah, we have a list of all the enemies. That has this in it. And then the shuffle bag would then also be a list of enemies. Nah, fuck it, this is fine, whatever. I can change this later. What was I gonna do? I was gonna, yeah, do this thing, wasn't I? So then we'd have a struct of this shouldn't be called spawn conditions. This should be called something else, but I just can't think of a good thing to call this ever. If spawnable can spawn, but the thing is it performs logic in it. Should spawn. Yeah. Should spawn makes sense. I like that. Wait, what am I doing? Just, Josh, why wouldn't you ever use this functionality? Why don't you just do this, mouse over this, rename, and then it's all done. Yeah, I mean, I can just return the number, but like I just said to Nisosis, there was a reason to do it like that. I don't remember what it was. Because then I don't need this extra variable of number to spawn. But there was some reason. I don't remember now. We'll just keep it like it is for now. Right, and then here I can have a struct called spawn conditions. And the struct, how do I do this again? It has a public float min diff max diff and then a byte number to spawn. And then we get a list. We have a list of the spawn conditions. Spawn condition, and this should be spawn conditions. Ah! And then we put this down here. How did I do this last time? Where's my GitHub? New lists, spawn conditions, and then semicolon at the end. And then here I can do new, and where I can do the thing that I wanted. So we want 1.05f. We wanted 2f, and then it should be number to add is what am I looking at here? This is spiky enemy. 1.05 2f, then we add 1. Why doesn't that work? Oh, I guess do I need I could put this here. Does not exist in the current context. What do you mean? It's right here. Have I fucked something? Okay, what? How does it not list? How does it not exist? Positional constructor only works if you have one declared. Am I missing one? Do I need to do equals new? Oh, it has to be on initialization. Ah, fuck, that was it. Right, that's why I had the init spawnables. Ow. How I had it before was right. Oh god, this is when I start changing this a lot. So then I need to do spawn condition does not contain a constructor that contains 3 arguments. Spawn condition does not contain a constructor. I need to make a fucking constructor. I guess I need a spawn condition constructor, yeah. Float. Oh, this needs to be... Right, I get it. I'm on it. Hang on. IntelliSense is pretty smart there. There we go. Now why doesn't that work? Is in excess? Oh. There we go. Right, got there. I got there. Okay, yeah, constructor not public. Yeah. Got it. Alright, thanks. So then we do a for each spawn condition in spawn conditions. Spawn condition in spawn conditions. If if the gameplay controller dot difficulty is greater than the condition dot mindiff and the gameplay controller blah 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 smaller than the max diff then the number to spawn plus equals condition, not code edits, condition dot number to spawn. And return value becomes true. Then we can get rid of all this. Well, not yet, actually, I need to copy this. Yeah, so now instead of writing it out like this, I can write it out like this, which makes my life way much easier. Way much easier, you heard me. Spiky enemies, so that then at 1 and 2, we make 2 more. And then at 1.25, we make until float.positive infinity. We had 2 more. Okay, this is what I had before. Okay, there we go. Right. So now I have this like I had before, but it's inside the enemy, which makes a lot more sense. So the enemy has its own spawn conditions. Annoying how I have to make an entire struct and a list to have this, but, you know, whatever, it works. And then, yeah, I can just check for each spawn condition if it's true. Now you could do this with tuple types. A list of a... Oh, yeah, I could make a list of a tuple type, couldn't I? I could make a list of a float... A float min diff, a float max diff, and a byte spawn amount. Couldn't I? I could do it like that, couldn't I? But then how do I... Do I need to do that again? I don't need the new anymore. Equals... You don't need the new anymore on the entries. You still need the new list. Equals new list. Oh, good God. Okay. Yeah, that works. Then I don't need this struct. Yeah, okay, cool. Then we can do for each spawn, for each... now what do I do here? You can remove the type on the copy the type again. Oh, whoops, I did lowercase. Whoopsie. Damn tuples. I've never used this before, it's really weird. Oh, spawn amount should be number to spawn. My bad, my bad. Oh yeah, that works, so now I don't have to define a struct, I can just use this. That is so fucked up. That's so messed up, but it works. Anyway, you can remove the type on the instant. I don't have to do this. I can do list ... Or nope. I don't know what you mean. Well, anyway, it's fine. New... Oh, right. Equals new, like that. Yeah, okay, okay. Goes off the screen. I hate programming in this tiny fucking window, but whatever. Fuck it. We just let that bleed off. Yeah, okay. God, that's so... This is so cursed. It's good. I like it. Yeah, it saves me doing the pointless struct stuff, but fuck is it cursed. Nah, man, this is great. It looks so wrong. It's a list of min diff, max diff, number to spawn. It's so weird. Oh well. Anyway, yeah, I like this. It lets me do this stuff. Right, and now I can do the same thing in DVD enemy and basic enemy, right? For the layout, what do I use the big Godot screen on the left for? Oh, sometimes I actually do stuff in that. I suppose I haven't used the editor all that much, right? That is true. I don't end up using the editor very often. A lot of the stuff I'm doing is in codes. But I do need the editor occasionally. But yeah, most of the stuff I'm doing is I'm just like doing it at runtime, right? Instead of in the editor. Wouldn't it make more sense to use the screen space for VS? Again, to every person who's ever asked me this, you like how do I make this VS code bigger? It's already at the top and the bottom of the screen. It can't go any... I can't make it wider, because then the bottom bleeds off the bottom, or the top bleeds off the top, right? Next, you could replace the for each with some link queue stuff. Oh, Christ. No, please no. Or link queue. Whatever, however you say it. I always say lin queue. Anyway, what was I doing? Where's my GitHub page? So now I can take this absolute abomination. I don't need this. Also, what the fuck happened there? Alright. I can take this abomination and put it in basic enemy. Oh yeah, this is what I put here. Look. Damn, that's almost right. I could actually take this. Let's uncomment this. Remove the new keyword. Remove the basic enemy. Annoyingly, I typed them in a different order as well. So this number needs to be at the end, which is kind of annoying. No, there's not a good way of doing that. I'll just have to do it manually. Damn it! And then this can go here, right? Or update the tuple. No, I want this order. This order makes more sense to me. I don't know why I did it this way around the first time. It's fine, I'll get there. I'm sure there's a smarter way of doing this, but it's not that long a list, thankfully, so it doesn't take me that long to just manually do this. There we go. Can we indent, please? No, one more. Thank you. When learning multi-cursors? Oh, that would be really fancy, wouldn't it? Yeah, I could have done that. Right, and then we need to update should spawn, right? Oh yeah, should spawn. Oh no, wait, I was using this for the... Right. I was using this for the... thing. That is smarter. But I mean, I may want to actually change this. I like the flexibility of just being able to write it out, personally. Because this is like, now we're entering game design territory. And in game design territory, I'd rather like, this should be float positive. I'd rather write everything out. Floats.positive infinity. I would rather write everything out like that to have more finer control over stuff than just use a smart programmy thing like this. Annoyingly enough. Whee! Whee! Oh, I need the list. Whoopsie. Wait, what? Spawn conditions is right there. What? What? The hell's different here? It's right there, my guy. Oh, it's... Oh, I put it outside the... Oh, fuck. Thank you. Okay. Right, we got there, we got there. I think in theory you could reverse the order of your conditions list. Remove the min diff, only compare the max diff, and as soon as one matches you can break out of the loop. Sure, but with here, look at this. Like, it overlaps. So it goes from this to this, we add 1, and then here we add 2 more. And then until 2, we don't remove both of these. Like, this is... It overlaps a bit. I need the minimum and the maximum. Yeah, that's alright. So for the basic enemy, it looks pretty fucking stupid, doesn't it? But for the this one, it's better. Right, DVD enemy. I can literally just copy this whole thing. You know, I am going to change should spawn to... No, fuck it. So, DVD enemy... We spawn 1 at 1.5 till float positive infinity. And then we add another one, and then we add another one. Yeah, okay. Whatever. 1, 2, 2. Yeah, okay, fine. Yeah, the thing is, this is so basic right now. And then the one-up enemy, we have this score system instead. Okay, Christ. Oh my god. At the end of all this, I think somehow... At the end of it, I managed to loop back around to what I was already doing, but I'm just defining them in each of the enemies instead of in one big list in Spawner. Which I don't know if is better or not, now that I think about it. But I suppose it's better because, yeah, I can do, like... I'm only doing the difficulty stuff right now, but it's a benefit for the one-up enemy, because now the one-up enemy functions completely differently. And, yeah, spawns based on score instead of the thing. Yeah, it does sound reasonable for enemies to know their own spawn conditions, exactly. So if you want to know the spawn condition of the enemy, you go to the enemy, right? Instead of the spawner just knowing it for everyone. Oh my god, okay. It has been 3.5 hours, and I have managed to arrive back at the same point I was at the start. Just now it works slightly differently under the hood. Hooray! Fucking goddamn it. Complete... It feels like a waste of my time, but it isn't. I feel like this architecture makes a lot of sense. So the spawner is the thing that still handles whether to spawn the stuff or not. But... it's the enemies that know how and when they should spawn. And they do that. But that's fine. Oh my god, I did it. God, what else did I want to do today? You know what, let's do something fucking fun. Let's add a new enemy type. Let's do it. Let's consult my list of enemy types. Find one that actually benefits from this new system and make it. And yeah, the background. Yeah, the scrolling star background. I need to make the scrolling slightly faster, I think. I don't think it's quite fast enough. I'm going to do that. Actually, I'm going to commit. I'm going to commit my changes. Oh my god, I'm going to do it. Right. Oh, here's a quick question. The gameplay controller, the score, I need it to be public so that people can read it, but I don't want people to be able to set it. I can't just do git and no set, because then because then I can't actually set it myself. Is there a way to make the set private? Like, can I just do private set? Oh, does that just work? Oh, sick. Okay, never mind. Hooray! I solved the problem. Nice. Okay, so people can read the score, but they can't change it. I have a function if they want to change the score, right? Like player scored, because I want to do maths to it. And I don't want all of the things that try to add score doing the maths themselves. I want the gameplay controller to do the maths. Okay, great, perfect. Okay, now I'm going to commit my code. Commit, like, changed everything, but also nothing. No, I changed, refactored, spawning mechanics. Again, changed everything, but also nothing. I can make funny git commits because it's just me reading it. Changed spawner to consult the enemies themselves for spawning conditions and how many to add to the shuffle bag. Yeah, that's all I did really, is the enemies themselves now know. Allows for more complex spawning requirements, such as for the 1-up, it only spawns every X points. Okay, done. Alright, commit that shit. Hooray! Alright. What new enemy type do we want to add? Let's fucking do something fun. So I've got basic enemy, I've got spiky enemy, I've got DVD screensaver. What's shooting enemy? Shoots when the player's under it, but you want to hit it. That sounds fun. I could also have a DVD enemy that you don't want to hit. That could work. Oh yeah, I don't think I talked about this yet, but the enemy designs, I wanted to use like clear silhouetting for the enemies, because that's like an important game design thing. So we'll make it so square blocks are the ones you have to hit, triangle blocks, which I'm representing with sideways squares right now, triangles you don't want to hit, circles are optional, so the 1-up should be a circle, and then maybe I can come up with some other shapes, right? But yeah, we need to use like clear silhouetting, so we can have like, you know, like a DVD enemy is just a basic enemy, but it moves side to side, so it should probably look the same maybe, or at least have the same silhouette. It could be like colored differently or something. But in this way, we can have a spiky DVD enemy, where it's just a DVD enemy that's a triangle that bounces back and forth, right? Yeah. But the problem is I also wanted to have the blocks like rotate as they travel down, like a little like random velocity, like angular velocity. But the problem is if I do that with the squares, they can look like triangles at certain angles, right? So like obviously it's a 4-sided triangle if it's sideways, but I think it'll be I think it needs to be what was I saying? I read my phone and lost my train of thought. Yeah, the rotating the squares is kind of a problem because they might look like triangles. I might have to investigate that. But anyway, that's a thing I can worry about later, shaping and stuff. For now, let's just add a spiky DVD enemy, like one you want to dodge instead. So let's do packed nodes. We're gonna open DVD enemy, and I'm gonna how do I duplicate this again? Duplicate. Yeah, spiky. Well, maybe I should rename this to triangle DVD enemy. We might want to start renaming these to make sense with the enemy design. So triangle DVD enemy. Yeah, so for now I'm just going to rotate it. So transform rotation 45 degrees. And then we make a new script. That is triangle DVD enemy in scripts. Is diamond a better name for that type? No. That's what I mean. I want it to be an actual triangle, not a diamond. I don't have the art assets right now, and I can't be asked to make them, right? That's a thing for later. Right, okay, so triangle, it needs to be an enemy. So I can just take DVD enemy. We can copy, oh, not all of it. Actually, no, I could copy literally all of it. Put it in here and just put the word triangle at the start. Right, okay. And then all I need to do is make it so we make the points 200. Yeah, where's oh, we need to re-implement, where's spiky enemy? We need to re-implement reached bottom and on player hit. So at the bottom, yeah, we make it so it's the opposite. So on player hit they foul, and on reach bottom they score. Wow, but that was that easy. Shit, this might actually just be that easy. And then we in spawner we do spawnables, add new. I have forgotten one part though. We do triangle DVD enemy dot spawnable. I did forget one thing. Down here, it needs to spawn triangle DVD enemy. I wonder if there's a way to get, like, this pack scene or whatever, but never mind, that'll do. Okay. Let's see if that works. Oh my god, just adding an enemy that quick would be really cool. We'll see. Maybe I should just up the difficulty at the start. Let's just hack. Difficulty hack. Let's do gameplay controller. We'll just start at like 2. Where's difficulty? Difficulty equals 2. Alright, go. Look at this. Actually implementing gameplay. Oh yeah, and I made it so they lerp to the correct size now instead of jumping. But look, there's some triangles. Yay, DVD triangles. Oh my god, it works. Yay. Oh god, this is cursed. So maybe like spiky enemy should be called like basic triangle. Oh fuck. Ah, damn it. Yeah, this is where that whole inheritance thing people were talking about earlier the other day is a problem where like now I have to re-implement the whole thing every time I want like 2 variations of an enemy. But that's fine. Like whatever, I don't care. It's not that difficult unless I add like a third enemy, like an optional DVD enemy, right? Oops, shit, I missed a block. Damn, this is so much harder now with like fucking the DVD enemies. Vindicated, come on. It's not a problem, it's just more manual work, right? Like again, there may have been a better way of doing it pragmatically or whatever, but oh fuck. Ah, fucking Christ. Bonk, bonk. Can't DVD enemy have 2 different textures? Yeah, I mean, it can. Everything can have a different texture. I just haven't done that. I could color things differently for now, but I want to avoid using color coding because color blindness is like a really common disability, right? So I don't want to have key gameplay elements tied to color alone. So I can't make like the things you want to hit be green and the things you don't want to hit be red, right? Because then people that can't tell the difference between red and green are gonna get fucked, right? So it has to be like shapes is like a way better shape is a way better indicator for this. This is a pretty common thing in board games. Shape also helps. I think you missed the part where I explained that that's going to be solely how the enemies are defined, that one. Make an option to choose your own color for everything. That's annoying and difficult. Thumbs up as a colorblind game. Yeah, it's like, of all the disabilities I could tailor to, this is like a very simple one. Yeah, shape and texture. Texture is another one. Yep, you could use texture. I could, like, have a texture on the enemies to make them, like, look different without using color specifically. Hello, Philip and Catnip. How's it going? We said it at the same time, more or less. No. I mean, like, I talked about this, like, I already have it written down. I talked about this 10 minutes ago, and I had written this down several days ago. That's what I mean. Oh, right. Yeah, it's okay. So something great minds think alike, right? Anyway, I also need to add some kind of, like, restricting feature to where things can be... Oh, God, that was terrible. I missed a block, I missed a 1-up, and I hit a block I didn't want to touch. I need to have a... I need to maybe look into having some kind of functionality to limit the distance between the blocks. Because sometimes you can get into an impossible situation, right? Where, like... it's the 2 blocks are passing you at the same time on opposite ends of the screen. There's like no way. You get like a bowling split, right? So we need to I need to look into limiting that, because that's a problem right now. But look at this. This looks like a... Oh, I picked that in the wrong order. That was a skill issue. But yeah, look at this. It like actually looks kind of cool now. It looks fairly varied. Even without like, yeah, the objects rotating or like any textures or anything. Just having the random variation on size, rotation, initial rotation, and speed makes things look very varied. It's cool. Anyway, I added a new enemy. It's a DVD spiky. That was very quick. I obviously need to make it so it spawns at different points. But that's fine, because I can do that within the triangle DVD enemy itself. And I can just in here write stuff. So we want to do this at like that, I think. There could also be a plan ahead mode. Place somewhere, then freezes for 20 seconds with no possibility to move and has to stay alive and of course collect as many points as possible. So, sorry, what? Hang on. I was reading this in the context of spawning enemies. Hang on, I'll read that in a second. Let me implement what I wanted to do here. So that. Yeah. So now we have like these as well. Maybe I don't want as many DVD enemies. Maybe this should just be 1. And maybe they shouldn't spawn quite as fast. It should be like that, I think. And then these should be like here, and this, and this. Yeah, because I can add lots more variety. Anyway, that was a new enemy. I'll look into adding a new one, and I'll do that in a bit. That was a really long YouTube segment. I know you guys can't tell, but I press a button to like add a start marker, and then I do YouTube talking, and then I press a button to like end it. So later on I can take that bit out and just put that bit in the YouTube video. But that was a kind of a long one. Right, let me read my phone real quick. Anyway, sorry, what did you say, Hiatus? There could also be a plan ahead mode. Place somewhere, then freezes for 20 seconds with no possibility to move and have to stay alive, and of course... So like, that's an interesting idea, yeah. So like a different game mode. So, like, you have to pick where your player is, and you have to stay there for X amount of time, and see how far you get. And then you could, like, yeah, it freezes, and then you pick a new place. That's a cool idea. I'm going to write that down. Thank you. Oh, do I need this anymore? This is, like, old stuff. Old stuff can go to the bottom, but, like, for future stuff. Plan ahead game modes. I'm just going to copy, like, literally what you said. Oh, maybe not. Place player block in a position for X amount of seconds. See if it avoids enemies / collects blocks. Freeze after time is up, and place player and get player to place in new position. Yeah, that's an interesting idea. The triangle DVD enemy is in current... Oh, it is increasing the DVD scene stat. You're right, yes. That is a thing I need to do. DVD enemy scene. Yep, you're right. Thank you. Yeah, so there are some things I need to implement differently every time. When I make a new enemy, I can't just copy paste like that. Stats. We'll take the enemy scene part. Do this. Actually, I'll copy paste this one, shall I? Triangle DVD enemy scene. God, that's such a long variable name. Whatever. What? Does Control W not do what I think it does? Okay. Whatever. This, I really wish I could just write arbitrary ones in and have a function that takes this, but then I don't know how to get them back arbitrarily. It would have to be like, you'd have to have a list of them anyway. So I might as well just keep a list of them. What am I doing? Don't do that. Do that. Yeah, that's kind of shit. Whatever. It should be like stats dot name of class S is scene, right? When was the last commit? Git police here. I committed a minute ago. Thank you, chat, for telling me about the triangle DVD thing. No sosis. I don't think there's anything else I'm forgetting. No. Okay. Let's get that. So added triangle DVD enemy. Oh, the gameplay control difficulty is still at 2. Whoops, let's not do... Actually, I could just untick that. Yeah, the name of one, I know. Yeah. But the problem is, later on, when I want to read the stats out to the screen, I don't want to have to memorize every single thing, right? I'd rather just do stats dot and then look through IntelliSense and add all of them, right? Or have a for loop for all of them or something, right? So having them all as variables is better. It's just a pain in the ass. And I just wish there was a better way of doing it every time. Oh yeah, I need to read my phone real quick. Sorry, now I'm just doing mobile phone things. Organizing birthday presents. Okay, what is this music? Oh, I should probably read Fadiems. Okay. Right. Yeah, the retrieving is the pain part. It's fine. Right, okay. Added triangle DVD enemy. I'm not going to write a fucking message. Just commit that. Okay, look, I'm doing proper commit things. When I add a thing, I do a commit. Hooray. Okay, let's put that back to 1 and test the game a minute. I need to just add a ton of enemies and then do the like level design stuff of like when they should spawn and things. Because yeah, it's a bit difficult right now. I wonder if the player should start bigger than this. Because it's still like a fairly large play field. Maybe we should do like difficulty equals 0 point something. Or just make the scale of everything a bit bigger at the start. Because like it's fine for me to start here, I guess. Maybe I should just have difficulty selectors at the start, so you have like easy difficulty and then normal and stuff. And just changes what difficulty you start at. I also need to have like, yeah, I need to sort out the main menu is just a button at the moment that you press to get into the gameplay. The main menu has not been fleshed out at all. But also the gameplay loop is like the intro and the outro screens don't exist. They just kick to the next game state instantly. But, I mean, I guess of all the things for me to focus on, the actual gameplay loop makes sense, I suppose. Oh god. Ugh, fuck. That was fun. We need more, we need more optional spawns that happen. Credit screen? Yeah, we need a credit screen. Nah, Twitch chat helped. I gotta add like a, and thanks to my Twitch chat or something in there. Thanks to anyone who came by my stream. I can't thank all of you individually, I don't think, but... A spiky 1-up. It's a 1-up you want to not hit. That's just a dick move. Oh dear. No, we need to have like a boost buff or whatever, like a boost buffing thing. Yeah, the problem is there's not much like input the player has. Oh, I hit the spike but got the 1-up. It wasn't really worth it. I just made the difficulty lower. There's so many spike enemies. Oh, here come the DVDs. I need to like not overfill the bag. Got to remember that. The shuffle bag, because if I do, it just makes it. The more I fill the shuffle bag, the less precise the timing on refilling it gets. Oh, there we go. Are you thinking of keeping the boost as a number at the top? No. It's going to be a bar. It's definitely going to be a bar. I think I wrote that down somewhere. Boost bar display. There it is. Yeah. All of the, like, visual stuff I haven't really done yet. That'll be like a... I'll have to, like, decide on an art style and stuff. Because I don't really want pixel art. But that's going to be a thing I need to, like, just... buckle down and do all in one go at some point. I'm going to want to just do all the art. Right now I'm just in like the programming bit and only a little bit of like game design. Oh fuck. Oh my god, I can't believe I managed that. But yeah, there needs to be sounds as well that I'm going to have to do at some point. That kind of scares me. Not really sure what I'm going to do for that. I can smell casserole being cooked. Oh, baby. Ah, fuck it. That was an impossible one. They're both opposite ends of the screen. Maybe having the wraparound for the player might be smart. Ah, fuck. But then I'm going to have like a dummy player object that like as you're like halfway through the portal on the side. Woo! You sure about casserole, not stew? Oh, for fuck's sake. I guess it is actually a stew from other people's definitions. I shouldn't have used my boost then. Ah, fuck it. Ah! Do you guys notice that the stars like scroll? So like it looks like we're traveling through space or whatever. Like to you, chat, does it look like all of the blocks are falling down, or does it look like I'm traveling up? Yeah, I think the stars might need to move more, maybe, or maybe they need to move like randomly. Like maybe they shouldn't all move at the same speeds. Yeah. Because the effect that I want is that we're the ones traveling up through, like, a field of objects. But obviously that's, like, not what's happening, right? Like, what's happening is, Ooh. Fuck it. What's happening is, yeah, the blocks are spawning at the top and we're staying stationary. Fuck it. Ah, bollocks. That was terrible. I might as well just not hit it. Yeah, I can make the star movement faster. But yeah, I think it would make sense, like thinking about it, stars in the sky wouldn't move. They wouldn't all move at the same speed, would they? They would move different speeds. So maybe I need to look into some more parallax thing. I think Godot actually has some built-in parallax stuff. So maybe I should do that. Right now what's happening is the stars are like, there's a background, and the background is creating like 50 child nodes, and those child nodes are just like white textures that are being generated. And then it's like updating that. Why am I telling you this instead of just showing you? So, oh yeah, I originally made the background a black image, and then I realized I could just set the background to black. But so it creates a 1x1 white image, which I don't know why I'm not just making red images for the player and all that, but instead of like opening paints, but never mind, whatever. So I'm doing that. We're making a star object. That's a sprite. And then we're setting the scale to start at a random amount. We're setting the position to be like a random position, but sort of smoothing the random out a little bit here. So that like they have weighting to spawn from left to right. So it like spreads them out. I can't do the same up and down because otherwise it spawns in like a diagonal line. But like at least left to right I can spread them out sort of a bit more evenly, but up and down is just totally random. And then, oh yeah, this stupid hack I'm doing, because the star doesn't have any code or anything on it, there's no script. I have to use its Z index to store a value to store a variable. So then it's like, so then when I process them, if the Z index is 99, they get bigger, and if they're minus 100, they get smaller. Stupid fucking hack that I'm doing, but it works. But yeah, then I'm just like, yeah, I'm just lerping their scale slowly over time. And yeah, I'm also moving all of them. So star position is like being moved, then being moved down, but they're all being moved down at the same speed. So maybe, how would I move them at different speeds? But anyway, I can make them a bit faster. Star move speeds. Wait, where am I setting this? Target move speeds. Oh, this the gameplay controller, isn't it? Because in the main menu, the stars move like really slowly. Because I didn't want it to look like we're flying through space. But then once we like actually get into gameplay, we speed up. So the target move speed is currently 10. I can make it 25. Yeah, I could randomize the speed of each star, but then how do I get it so that that star remembers that that's its movement speed? Because if I randomize it every frame, they're gonna be like, right? And they don't have any variables. There's no script attached to the stars. So, right, let's see if they go faster this time. They should hopefully speed up. That's a bit faster. Yeah. Well, they are nodes. They just don't have a script attached to them. I could just make like a tiny script, but I just wanted to avoid spawning like 50 objects and then having them all have a script, you know? But also I'm thinking a more intelligent way to do this might be to just generate a texture every frame and put the white dots on the texture instead, and then move the white dots across the texture. Like every single frame, do fill this texture full of black, or sorry, wipe the texture, make a new image of 1080p, a blank 1080p image, and then add white dots to it in the correct positions. But then I need to like track all of the, like, then I'm not using like nodes and stuff, so that might not be better. But I just thought it would be a possibility, so I wanted to avoid attaching scripts to the stars. Just in case I do make it a texture instead of lots of little nodes. Because I don't know how much overhead there is in making a node. I know it doesn't sound very fast, but like, yeah, like, in Unity at least, if I spawned 50 nodes, like, Unity would have a, like, you know, the CPU requirements would increase substantially, right? I'm just like aware that this might be a performance hit, having a shit ton of nodes in the scene that it's like updating constantly, like processing. So it might be better if, it might be faster if I just make it a texture instead. Because I don't have to like write 1080p's worth of texture, like numbers, or I don't have to fill the whole texture black. It could just be blank. I could just create a new texture of blank every frame and just add white dots to it. But yeah, tracking the dots size and speed and everything, I'd have to have a big list of like a class. I guess I could just have variables in the stars that way. It might just be better to do it that way, honestly. Might just be straight up better. Ooh, a thing. Whoop. Anyway, what do we feel about this star movement speed? Yeah, that is a bit faster now, isn't it? That does look a bit better. It looks a bit more like we're flying through space. Ah, fuck. It's easier to suspend disbelief now, yeah. But, like, you know, the fact that I'm even getting close to suspending the disbelief or whatever, with red squares with, like, no animations or anything in space, you know. I think I'm doing alright. There's a lot of polishing to be done yet. So I think I'll get there. Obviously, this background is very plain as well. I was wondering if I could maybe add, like, if I wanted to get really fancy, add, like, procedurally generate some nebulas or galaxies or something. I don't know. That might be a bit distracting. Josh, why are you building this game? What's the motive? I haven't done game dev in a really long time. I just wanted to do game dev. Add wind. Are squares placeholders? Very much so, yes. Red squares are extreme placeholders. Maybe I should have taken that orange and black checkerboard pattern that load of game engines use for placeholder.
Oh, hey, thanks.
Whole Walnut just subscribed.
Thanks, Whole Walnut, for the Prime sub. Hello. Have you checked out GodotShaders.com? I have not. Is that a website? Godot Shaders. I'm just going to search it. GodotShaders.com. Huh, that is a thing. Aurora Borealis. Stars shader. Oh, hey. It's right on the top. Oh, sick. Hi, if you like stars just like me, you can enjoy this shader. Here, look. That was like one of the very first things on the page. Yeah, there we go. Oh, and the sky, it's like kind of a blue. Right, yeah. This space isn't just black, is it? It is in space, but on Earth it's like a little bit bluey. That's a really nice blue as well. And that big fancy star. Shit. Okay, it works fine on an Android project. Okay. Oh, baby. Uh-oh. Am I gonna... Is this when I start to learn about shaders? So shaders is just like code that... But it runs on the GPU, right? And the GPU has a lot less functionality. Uniform Vec 4 BG color, hint color. Canvas item. Oh, fancy. Do I just take this? I robbed that one for an Asteroids game you had to make? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, stars have motion. Yeah, they would just be stationary, right? Can I just copy paste it? But yeah, where do I put this? Do I just make a new shader? Like... Copy. Scene. We'll go... We'll just go, like, background. Add child node. Shader. Shader globals override. Is that what I do? A node used to override global shader parameters values in a scene. Maybe I need to look up shaders in Godot before I do this. Shader. You added it to a texture. Right, okay. Your first shader. Yeah, I know shaders are super cool. It has been a thing I've been meaning to learn sometime, but... Canvas item shaders are used to draw all the 2D objects in Godot, while spatial shaders are used to draw all 3D objects. In order to use a shader, it must be attached inside a material, which must be attached to an object. Okay, so... Oops. So, I mean, here's a sprite that has a texture. It has a material. I could use a material. A new shader material. Okay. Shader. New shader. GD shader. Oh, it's open down here. Paste. Save. Expected value type hint after colon. This hasn't worked. And also it's in this tiny fucking window down here for some reason. Why is this down here? What? I don't want it to open a shader editor? How do I move this? Ugh. Hint underscore color is an exported variable. Oh, do I just type that? Wait, let me look at the instructions on the thing. There aren't any instructions. Okay, great. So I guess I could just do... Can I do cola dot... No. Oh, fuck. You say it's an exported variable, but I don't see it anywhere. I don't see it as an exported variable. I guess the problem here is that I don't actually know how to use a shader in Godot like at all. Expected value type hint after colon. Ugh. I just don't know what to do. I don't know what to type. I don't know where to put it. I don't know anything about this, right? I don't see it in any of this. Yeah, I don't see any. It's not an export. Like, it's not got, like, export like this. I don't know if that's a thing you can do with shaders. Oops, shit. Yeah. Whatever. I guess that's not going to work then. We just won't do that for now. Let's just delete this. Clear. Okay. Hopefully I've successfully undid everything. I did not. I could just discard changes. And that should update it in here, right? Reload. There we go. It should show up in the inspector as a shader param. It just doesn't though. Like, are we both using Godot 4.2 or 4 or whatever? Anyway, I made the stars a bit faster anyway. What was it I was going to do? I don't remember what I was doing now. I don't think I had an idea for what to do next, right? Why is the shader editor down here? Why can't I move it? I don't want the shader editor in this tiny box in the bottom. Damn it. I can't right click or anything anywhere. Google says hint underscore color is renamed to source underscore color in 4+. Right. Source underscore cola. Okay, now there's not an error. Right, okay. Okay, there we go. That's what's happening. So material, new shader material. Shader, new shader. Shader. Open this. Save that. Save. Okay. Run current scene. I mean, I think that's just the stars still. Right? In background. How do I make it not to do this? Without deleting all my code. I could just not add the star, I suppose. Oh, I needed to save, didn't I? For fuck's sake. Why isn't that working? Oh, because we're still adding the... Just comment out all of this. There. Right, anyway, we get a black screen, so the shader isn't... Well, I don't know how to use the shader. This is what I mean. Like, I just need to go through the whole tutorial. Oh, I see it in the material. Is it just because there's no texture here? Like, this is just an empty sprite. Do I need to make this sprite? Oh, I'm just going to go through the tutorial. This is silly, just fumbling around like this. Oh god. The tutorial is teaching me how to make the fucking... Sorry, I'm just reading. So I do need to give it a texture then. Oh yeah, there we go, look. Ah. Cool. Oh my god, that's pretty. Wait, let's see that properly. Oh, shit. That's a bit too fancy though, don't you think? Like, fucking hell. That's a little too on the fancy side. What happens if I move this? Does it move the... No, so when I move this around, this object, it just... Yeah, it's like all the stars are static. It's like based on their global position. This is just like a window into it, which is interesting. I need to... I would need to... There's an interesting one on that site of star field with parallax scrolling effect. Okay, that sounds interesting. Move the camera together with the window. Yeah, no, fuck that. Star field with parallax scrolling effect. Okay, that's interesting. All these have ones on it. Oh, you can't see what I'm looking at, sorry. Starfield with parallax scrolling effect. See the comments of the shader for more details. So I've updated the shader to version 5 and encoded around the size using textures. Yay, okay, so it works with Godot 4 natively. And there's codes. Canvas item. Comment out the following line if you're not applying the shader to a color rect. Right. Small stars, number of small stars, number of large stars. Yeah, source color. Base scroll speed, additional scroll speed. Horizontal scrolling, vertical scrolling. Oh man, there's so many options. So I would need, but okay, but can I... How do I... So with these shaders, how could I scroll this down when we start moving through space? I'm just going to copy this whole thing. And I'm going to just put it in the editor. Oh my. Oh. I mean, the problem is now I can see the Godot logo. And yeah, it scrolls horizontally. Oh, it looks pretty though. Yeah, can I like... Can I interact with the shader from C# is what I want to know. Like, can I make this faster? But yeah, I also need to figure out how to actually use this properly with, like... This should just be a big blank image, I guess. God, I wish I wouldn't reading the code in this little tiny box at the bottom. Can I not just open this in CS? In this thing? It's in fucking packed nodes at the moment. Okay, I can open it in VS Code. Sorry, Visual Studio, but it doesn't know what a GD shader is. Yeah, okay, I guess it's better reading it in the editor then. I just wish I could fucking read it in the big box, not the little box. Why can't I read this? God damn it. What the fuck? Why? Why does shader editor have to be its own bloody thing? Oh my god. What the shit? I don't want to have to do this. Whatever. Yeah, I don't know how this works, right? So it's kind of like it's very close to what I want. But it scrolls the wrong way. And I have it over a fucking texture, obviously. Can I maybe just make the texture like transparent or something? I mean, I could just make like... If I do that, it just... The object becomes tiny. It's like nothing. Ah! Maybe background doesn't need to be a sprite. It's a bit better. There's still just some random dots in it that I drew. Problem with taking stuff off the internet like this is that if I'm not a fan of it, like exactly how it works, it's like a pain in the ass to edit it. So we can do the vertical scrolling. And that breaks it. Why is this broken now? Yeah, I just don't know how anything about this. Unknown identifier and expression small star RN. It's right there. Oh, stars. They've... It's different. Okay, but now that doesn't work. Oh, because there's an S here. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, I think this better solution is to rename them with S's instead. Without S's even. Oh wait, what was I doing last time? It's like this here. Small stars, large stars. Does that work? There we go, we got there. That's really stretched. And scrolling the wrong way. Yeah, I don't know. This is a thing for another time to fiddle around with. But I don't think this is a thing I want to do right now. Like, yeah, I don't want to be doing this. Because that is like a very... Like, you could make things look very fancy, and I don't even know what the art style of the game is going to be, right? So, I don't know if I want, like, fancy, realistic stars like that. That's the problem with just taking assets from online, is that this is all just going to be incoherent. We'll just use this for now. But obviously, yeah... Pretty damn fancy what they were doing. So yeah, using shaders, I didn't think of that. Instead of using a texture, just using a shader. Okay, anyway. Wait, was the scroll speed really big then? Wait. If I play for a second... Oh, is it just because it's lerping really slowly? Oh no. Oh no, wait. Oh yeah, it does scroll faster a bit. Will it slow back down? Yeah, it does slow down. Main menu. Yeah, it is slowing down. It just lerps really slowly. We need to lerp a bit faster than that. Divided by 10. Divided by 5. Oh, have I written this in lots of places? Very cool, very cool. Oh, that's scale. No, scale is fine. It's the move speed. We want to lerp a bit faster. And hello, Jan _MQ. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it slows down again. Okay. Right, anyway. What was I doing? Guess I was adding enemies, right? So we did new Trackmania campaign in 15 minutes. Oh, cool. I need to rename spiky enemy to triangle enemy. Triangle enemy. Rename. Please let me rename this. Fuck it. Triangle enemy. Damn you! IntelliSense, don't fail me. Rename. There we go, I did it. Okay. Will you give it a go on stream after coding? No. Kinda busy. Then we need to do stats, needs to be renamed. Okay. Triangle enemies. Then I really need to rename this to triangle, or maybe I should just do try. Triangle's such a long word. packed node, spiky enemy, triangle enemy. Don't you have a reference to his name? I don't think so, right? Spawner calls it by that. That's probably it, right, actually? Okay, renamed triangle enemy. Yeah, DVD enemy. 1-up, okay. Ah! Don't do that. Oh god, what am I doing? Don't stop doing things. Oh, actually, in stats, that wouldn't have done everything I needed it to do, would it? I need to actually, in the enemy scene, triangle enemy scene, we need to rename this value. And then in my stats.cfg or whatever, if I close that, fuck it. Ah, bollocks. That's a really annoying thing to hunt down and open. App data. Godot. App user data, Blockris Godot, stats.cfg. No, just open, don't open in that. Oh, for fuck's sake. Don't open in a new one, just open in this. Fuck, I'll just do this, fuck it. There we go. There we go, right, okay. Yeah, so these stats are going to get a little messed up, but that's fine. So it should be like spiky enemies. It needs to be called triangle enemies. There we go. Why is highest difficulty all the way down here? Whatever. Okay. What other enemies do I want to add? What time is it? It's 3:30. I'm getting kind of hungry, but I've got time to just add some enemies at least. Transforming enemy becomes another random enemy. What does that even mean? When does it transform? The shooting enemy sounds like a pain in the ass. I'll have to have like... I'd have to have a... area 2D that's locked to a position underneath the enemy, and when you enter it, it shoots. It's not too terrible to do that, but it'd be mildly annoying. What's the issue? No issue. I'm just thinking about what enemy I want to add while I'm hungry. Hearthstone music. 2 rogues, 1 mark. Radio edit. What? I think the name is just a joke. Wait, is that Hearthstone music? Yes, that is literally what I said out loud 10 seconds ago. How did you hear the Hearthstone music but not hear me say that? Oh dear. Alright, let's do shooting enemy. Fuck it. Maybe it is just a shorter cut, that is true. Yeah. It's a basic enemy. Let's duplicate this. Let's call it shooting enemy. God, having the word enemy at the end of all of these is kind of stupid. I could have a folder called enemies and then have... That makes more sense. Hold on. We're actually going to refactor my file structure. Do do doodle do 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 doodle do 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 doodle do do do. Hang on, sorry, I'm just doing things in GitHub now. I guess the script would have to be called triangle enemy still, but there's no reason to have the node called that. Well, maybe there is. La 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 la. Da 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 da. Doodle-doodle-doo. Nah, fuck it, I'm gonna change it. Let's create a folder called enemies. And within this folder, we will have all the enemies. Background, pause menu, player, spawner, yep, okay, good. And then I'm going to remove the name enemy from all of these. Basic. The hell's this music? DVD. 1UP. Triangle DVD. Triangle. Okay. Then in all of these, I need to rename their things to, oops, to remove the word enemy. But it's just the, oh, and also slash enemies, slash. Right, triangle enemy, basic enemy. It's just called basic. This guy is just called triangle. DVD is just called DVD. And 1UP, it's just called 1UP. I think that's all of them. Basic. DVD, yeah. I'm just going to do that now before I start getting too deep into this and having way too many things to rename. Okay, right, now let's duplicate basic. And we'll call it shooting. And we'll open shooting. And we'll call it, oh shit, shooting enemy. It could be, yeah, it can have the word enemy. Yeah, the node can be called that. That's fine. But the file structure, there's no reason to have it. Okay, shooting enemy. We have an area 2D. How do I... By the way, if you use name of triangle enemy in a string, it will automatically refactor when you rename the class. True, but yeah, the script is called something different. Oh, that would be really nice though. Because then I wouldn't have to write this manually every time. We would just do file path this plus name of class minus the word enemies. Huh. How do I remove the last 5 elements of a string? C#, remove last 5 elements of a string. Oh, it equals remove... Right, okay, hang on. We could actually do something really smart here. Plus... Plus... name of this... dot replace. Oh yeah, we could replace the word enemy, right? Yeah, replace with nothing. Yeah. Name of this? This doesn't work. No, this won't work. You need to give the class name. Oh, then what's the fucking point? I might as well just... Then I might as well just write one up every time. It does. If I'm going to have to do that every single time. I just wanted to save myself having to change this. The point is for refactoring. Okay, we're on doing this. Okay. Anyway. Dreams dashed. Once again. How do I want to write? Okay, in enemy, we get... When do we use the area 2D? Oh, when the... Wait, hold on. It's the player, isn't it? When the player... Oh, I should do the same thing in scripts. Scripts is getting fucking huge as well. Player. It's when the player enters a collision, it gets its parent. And if it's an enemy, it sends the enemy on player hit. Yeah. So when we enter a collision, so we would need to check. We wouldn't want to call this if we just entered some trigger box, right? Oh, I should untick monitoring. Whoops. Monitoring. If true, the area detects bodies or areas entering and exiting it. And monitorable is if true, other monitoring areas can detect this area. These area 2Ds shouldn't be monitoring. In all of these. They shouldn't be monitorable. Yeah, let's double check this actually works. Yeah, okay. Well, I'll check one more enemy type. What just happened? Shuffle bag contains triangle. What happened in triangle? What the fuck has just happened? Native calls at Godot object. Native calls cannot instance script because the associated class could not be found. Script spiky enemy. .cs. Oh, did I? Oh, I see. Where I renamed it. This needs to be recalled triangle enemy first of all. And then in the triangle enemy scene, it needs to have the triangle enemy script. Yeah, okay. Couldn't spawn triangle enemies. Let's make sure that actually works. I'm just going to set the difficulty to 2 in the gameplay controller. Yeah, okay, now it's working. That's where I renamed it. Thanks, Nachok. It's a bit basic right now, but it does work. Okay, right, that's fixed. What was I doing before that? Fuck. Oh no, I completely forgot what I was doing. Oh yeah, right. That's it. The area 2D, the enemy. So I need to shooting enemy. So we should just add. I could add another area 2D that isn't monitorable, but is being monitored, couldn't I? And then check when the player enters it. That would work. That would work quite well, actually. Yeah. So let's add a new area. Let's duplicate this. Shooting area. And we'll flip these so it's monitoring, but it isn't monitorable. And then in shooting enemy script, I can just click that button to open the script. Oh my god, that's so much better than what the fuck I was doing before. This little tiny, like, I guess it is a script button in the editor. This one, little one at the top left here. If I click that, it opens the script in Visual Studio. Oh, fuck me. Okay. Anyway, oh, this has only has basic enemy. We need to make a new script, don't we? Extend script. No, new script. Basic enemy. We want shooting enemy. And it wants to be in scripts. Okay, and this one inherits from enemy. And if we just copy basic real quick. Right, so now it's a basic enemy. Why does this not work? Do I need to use these? There we go. Actually, do we need this one? Oh yeah, we do, yep. And we need this one as well, yeah. It says this is unnecessary. I'm just gonna include it. Hello, Ibigus. Hi, yeah. This is fairly late for me, I suppose, like 3:30. I've got like an hour and a half of stream left, an hour and a half left time to work on the game. Haven't achieved as much as I wanted to, but that's alright. Shooting dot thingy. Okay, good. Yeah, so when we're ready, we need to have our own thing, a area 2D. No. We need to make a thing, don't we? A thing on when we hit it. Where's player? So when we get the child of area 2D, area entered. Ah, fuck, that's gonna be a problem. How do I get child by name? Shit. Anyway, area entered plus equals entered collision. Right, we take this. In shooting enemy, we put this down here. entered player entered collision, yeah, and we do is player. We don't call anything. Okay, good, that works. And we need to do a... Yeah, this is the problem. Because we have more than one of these. How do we get... Get child's index. Get children. Returns an array of references to node's children. And then I find one with the name shooting area, I guess. Get child or null. Returns a child by its index. Returns a child node by its index. Returns child nodes by its index. That's annoying. Get child count. Returns the number of child nodes. Yeah, no. Get node path. Oh, it can be a relative path. Oh, I can do get nodes like that then. Okay. Okay, so we get an node of area 2D and it path. Get path. How do I do this? Let's look up get nodes real quick. C# get, sorry, Godot get node. Whoop. C# features. No, I just want, okay, just type node, I guess. Node. Get child. Get node. Here we go. Fetches a node. The node path can either be a relative path from the current node or an absolute path in the scene tree to a node. If the path does not exist, null is returned and error is logged. Attempts to get access methods as a return value. No, fetching absolute paths only works when the node is inside the scene tree. Assume your current node is character in the following tree. Possible paths are sword. Alright, I just say sword. Or backpack dagger. Right. If I do ... swamp alligator, yeah, okay. Or I could do root my game. Right, okay, so I literally just say get nodes. And then we do shooting area. Okay, simple enough. Dot area entered plus equals that. Get rid of that. Okay, that was a lot easier than I thought. So now if we enter the area, cannot save resource to empty file path. Empty path. Provide non-empty path for a resource or non-empty resource path. What the fuck is that talking about? I just don't want a shader editor. Whatever. Anyway. If other collision parent is player. Right, so now we want to shoot. So we need to create... Or we're going to need like a bullet object. Right? For now, let's just do gd.print player entered. Ah! And we'll make these spawn all the time, and we'll quickly make the basic enemy not spawn ever. So now we should only get shooting enemies. Oh no, I'm at 2 difficulty. Whoops. Gameplay controller. I also need to add it to the list of possible enemies to spawn, don't I? Spawner. Spawnables, add new shooting enemy. There we go. Right. It's not printing. Oh, but I haven't moved the area. The area is still here. Right, yeah, the shooting area needs to be set to our global position. Right, yeah, okay, of course. Shooting enemy in... We need a process. Where's enemy? We need to do... Public override process. And we need to do base dot underscore process delta. Okay. Wait, I just realized. Oh, basic enemy scene. Oh, it's there, right? Yeah, okay, never mind. Do any of my blocks actually do any processing? They do handle movement, don't they? Hmm. Yeah. But they don't actually overdo processing. But I guess this isn't a handle movement. That's fine. I want this to be after that, so that makes sense. So we do process, and then we do, we should just keep a record of this. So we need to have a node, sorry, an area 2D shooting area. And we do shooting area equals that. Oops. And then shooting area dot area entered equals that. Okay, good. And then shooting area dot global position equals, so we need to move it to the players up down. How do we do that? I could just, can I get the player's position? I could do git node player, can't I? Yeah, I need to keep track of where the player is. So we'll have a player. And then we do player. Also, this should be lowercase. Come on, Josh. Keep your own fucking case naming scheme. Player equals git node. And now we do want the absolute... What was the thing? So we want to do... /swamp. We do root / player, don't we? So we want /root / player. And it needs to be of type player. Okay, that should work. I believe that's what the scene tree looks like. Unless we're a child of the gameplay object, we might be. Wait, hold up. I think we're... Oh, I can't build because I have a fucking error. What's being coded? I'm making a game, dude. A passive shmup. Okay, there's the gameplay. Just pause a sec. Remote. Game controller. Then player. Yeah, so it's game controller, then player. Okay. Root. Game. Controller. Then player. Okay, that should work. Yeah, and I got an error that it couldn't find root player. Yep. So we find the player via node, and then we do shooting area.global position equals new vector 2. So the x should be global position.x, but the y should be player dot global position.y. Yes, that makes sense. What happened here? Okay, so now you could use find node to search the entire scene tree and return the first result. Oh, is that a find node is different, is it? Ah, okay. No, that's fine. Git node works. Maybe the gameplay controller keeps track of the player. Maybe it should just be static, and then I could just refer to the gameplay controller to get the player's the stuff. Why call base in _process? Because shooting enemy is overriding process from within its inherited thing of enemy. So I want to do all this stuff in enemy, as well as I'm just adding to it this stuff, right? So that's why I'm calling base process. Okay, let's do this. Player entered, player entered, player entered. It works. Okay. So if I pause this real quick, and we go to remote game controller. So the player's Y is at 1596. And the shooting area, its Y is at 0.2. Oh, because it's not global, is it? Right. This test doesn't really work. Well, it works. I know it works. I guess I could render something there, but whatever, man. I wish I could see, like, the scene view in the editor, like in Unity. That'd be really nice if I could do that. If I could see the remote tree here, but no, I have to look at it here. Whatever, that's fine. I know it's working. Okay, good. So we know when the player enters. So now we have to create a bullet object. Let's create a packed node. We'll create new scene. A 2D scene. We'll say, actually, no. I want to do this. We want to add child node, a sprite 2D. Oh man, a bullet is going to be such a pain in the dick. Is it though? I just need to move. I just need it to be. The enemy needs to check. The player needs to check if it collides with a type bullet, and if it does, we need to take damage. Bullet is basically a new spiky, yeah. I suppose I could just spawn a spiky enemy and set its overwrite its speed to be faster and its scale to be smaller. Yeah, maybe I could just spawn a spiky. Yeah, let's try that. That sounds fun. So let's do... Where's the spawn code? We should probably comment these out. I don't need to know what's in the shuffle bag right now. Enemy equals add sibling, global position. We need all that stuff. Let's copy that. Shooting enemy. So enemy resource, not shuffleback.k. We'll do... We'll load... we'll have to just load the path manually. It's going to look a bit shit. Spiky, right? Is that what I called it? Spiky... no, triangle. Triangle. There's a new name, isn't it? Yes, triangle. So we make a triangle. We add the sibling. We set its global position to... not this. Its global position equals our global position. And then we need to new enemy dot. Right, we need to find in enemy. We have movement speed scale, which is a protected float. And then the protected float of movement speeds. So what do I actually want to change here? Movement speed equals movement speed scale times transformed scale. This needs to be public. So movement speed scale, and we want it to be double, maybe more. I think the 1-up enemy is going to throw a hissy fit, right? It's because it's movement speed. Oh no, yeah, it just changes it there. Yeah, so that's what we're going to want that to be. To make it faster. And then a default scale we're going to want to be like half. But again, this is going to have to be public. Yes, I think that works. Although this is it's gonna spawn really big and then get small. That might look cool actually. So then we do, this doesn't need to be huge anymore. We do new enemy dot, what did I, default, oh fuck, what did I do? Movement speeds. Movement speed scale equals our movement speed scale times 2. F. And then the new enemy dot, what else? What was the other thing? Fuck, I can't believe I've already forgotten. It's a default, it's scale, right? It's default scale needs to equal our default scale divided by 2. Okay. Oh, but I think where it's half the size. No, because this movement speed scale. Wait, I think it might actually not move faster. Hang on. This isn't working. Can't change. Native calls.cs void Godot native calls Godot I call 2405 nint Godot native interplop Godot bool can't change the state while flushing queries. Use call deferred or set deferred to change monitoring state instead. What? In add sibling? Shooting enemy 46. Add sibling. What the fuck is happening here? What if I change the values before add sibling? But I think it's add sibling that's fucking up, right? I think I had this before, didn't I? Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, like I said, they don't actually go faster. They need to be 4 times faster because they're half the size, and the size determines the speed as well. Pew 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 pew! Oh fucking shit. It needs to only happen once as well, obviously. Maybe the scale needs to be a lot smaller as well. Yeah, they need to be way smaller. Oh, wait, hold on. But if you do this, you farm them for points. The points also need to be different. Protected abstract. This needs to be a public abstract of points. Oh, I'm gonna have to rename fucking all of these, aren't I? Ow. Damn it. I'm gonna have to redo all of these. I don't think it needs to be public. Oh, protected is enough. Right, yeah, what am I saying? You're right. Wait, no. Is it? How? Wait. New enemy. Dot points. Yeah, what? That doesn't work. Also, why is this... I spelt it wrong. Yeah, no, it does need to be public. What? What? Migu, what the fuck? You are changing values from the subclass which has access to protected values. Is it just because I haven't got set? Points are read-only. Right. Is it just because of that? Oh, but now I need to fucking... Oh, no, wait, it's okay, isn't it? I need to do... that, right? Oh, I still need to redo all of these. God damn it. Damn it! I guess I could just find replace, actually, couldn't I? I should probably be doing this smarter. Never mind. I may have missed some. Why didn't I just find and replace? Right, whatever. Anyway. Yeah, we need to... points... Why isn't this working? A better way would be to create a new bullet enemy that inherits from Spiky. I love it when we eventually wrap around to the thing that I wanted to do initially. It's my favorite. I love that so much. My favorite. Wrapping all the way around back to where the first thing I tried to do and people told me not to do it that way. Whee! We're at a new scene? What? Why would... I wouldn't be able to do it without a new scene. I've come this far. I'm just going to make this fucking public at this point. Whatever. Hooray! Failed to build project. Okay, I did miss some, I guess. Oh, a class with 4 overrides. Yeah. Why not have everything public all the time? Oh, here we go. Whoa. Shit. Oh, my word. Okay. Maybe not quite that fast. Oh, but wait, when the triangle enemy reaches the bottom, it will call blocks missed and blocks hit. And it will also call game controller player scored, which will add to the difficulty. Oh, for fuck's sake, I should have just made a bullet element. I suppose I could do it if points is greater than 0. But I'm just like fucking jankily doing this more and more and more. If points is more than 0, do all of this, right? Is smaller than or to equal 0, return is a better way actually, but you know. Okay, so we're not gonna fucking massively up the difficulty now every time either. Shit. Yeah, but obviously it should only shoot once, not the multiple times that it's shooting here. You could make everything public all of the time, YPOC, but it's just like, it's better to restrict stuff to only the things that need it, because later on you may be editing things that you weren't intending, right? So for like gameplay controller, I don't want to edit the points directly. I don't want to edit the score directly because I have a function for doing it, and I want to like specifically do stuff if the score ever changes. But if this was just like a, well, it is public, but it's a bit more complicated. But if this was just a normal public, I may forget that and later on just edit the score directly. And say if you're working with another programmer and they don't know this and they just look for all of the ways they can interact with game controller and they see a dot score, they'll try to change it, right? So it's just way better to just keep... You can just make everything public all of the time, but it's way better to keep things as, like, you know, restricted as possible. Just to have, like, the least fuck-ups. Yeah. The joke is that Python doesn't have private. I don't think YPOC's joking, but yeah, okay. Yeah, when when it reaches the bottom, but when it also hits them, they do player fouled points as well. Points, oh, it's only for points missed. And they lose a life, and the difficulty goes down, and enemies since last incident goes down. I really think it would have been better to make another, just a specific bullet thing, but never mind. I suppose there's also a lot of stuff happening here that I don't need to worry about. So it might be okay. Right. We need to do a bool has spawned, has shot, equals false. Oh no, we don't need to do that. We can do, shooting area dot q free, can't we? We could just delete the shooting area after this. That would also work, because then it's not going to call it anymore. Yeah, they all only shoot once now. Whoa, fucking hell. Whoa, whoa. Fuck, this is horrible. Oh, you bastard. Shit. Ah! Ah! Okay, they need to be a little slower, I think. Thanks, Crisis. Hello. Right, maybe 8 speeds. And also, maybe don't spawn them in the center every time. Does it need a minimum distance check? Yeah, that might be a decent idea. But the whole point is that you need to dodge in front of them to trigger the bullet to spawn before it gets a chance. Right? But maybe, yeah, if it's like literally right there, it might not be a good idea. How do I want to do that? Oh, we could do, if the block enters its own collision. Or, if other collision dot get parent is this. No? Oh god, how do I get this node? I don't want generic shooting enemy, I want this. I guess I could just do a distance check, that might be easier, but I have collision, I might as well use it, right? Is equal to this? Oh, right, okay. Sure, yeah, that makes sense. Thanks. If other collision.getParent is equal to this, if we entered the shooting block, it's too late to shoot. So then we just do shooting area Q3, right? So now if I wait till the very last second, they don't shoot me. Oh wait, they're not shooting at all now. Oh, because it spawns inside of itself, doesn't it? We need to, in ready, set the shooting area to be, yeah, this, before it gets a chance to do that. Because it spawns inside of itself, right? I hope it doesn't trigger still. Yeah, okay, that's better. Right, let's try. No, it's still happening. It's kind of hard to test, obviously. Yeah. Yeah, it's not working. Oh, that's because our area 2D doesn't give out... It doesn't... Oh no, it's monitorable. It was colliding with itself a minute ago. We know that because it was... Before I moved it, it was like doing it immediately. So it can collide with itself. What? So why is it when I do this? It doesn't work. It's so hard to do without visualizing the... Shooting area needs a sprite. Huh. It does work. So if I enter this, yeah, it shoots. Okay. I guess it needs to be like slightly above it. I mean, I could just do a distance check, I suppose. Just feels bad to have collision and then not use it, right? This is fun. I'm like collecting the green squares. Maybe there should be like a little targeting reticule or something for the shooting enemies so that you know that there's a thing to do. Yeah. Maybe it needs to be like... Maybe I could just raise it a little bit. Does that work? Should be higher now. No, it's lower. Fuck. Whoops. Okay, this is silly. This needs to be down here. Okay. Yeah, so now if you hit them at the last second, they shouldn't damage you. Okay. Could raise it even higher, couldn't we? Now I just clip the top of it. Yeah, there's not that much screen space at this point. I need to be able to wrap around. I need to add that to the player. Handle sprites, okay. To do test wrapping around from edges of the screen to the other edge. Yeah, the sprites are all tilted randomly and stuff a little bit, just for a little bit of variation. Okay, well I'd say that works. Let's delete this sprite. Delete nodes. Yes. Sorry, short shooting enemy works. Let's now actually put them in level design wise. So Hollow Survivor. So right now, the DVD enemy is like the hardest one, isn't it? Oh no, the triangle DVD. 1.9, 1.2, 2.3. We should do like 2.5 then. And free. No, it's free F. We spawn 1. Probably don't want them spawning forever. Like having 2 in the pool is probably fine. Probably having 1 in the pool eventually would actually be good. 4 is a bit ambitious, I think. Yeah, eventually just have 1 of these types of enemies. Oh yeah, I need to uncomment this. Yeah, they have this at least 1. Oh wait, basic enemies adding low. Oh shit, I need to. This needs to be 2.25. Whoops, and that needs to be 2.75. That was a mistake. At higher difficulties, there would have been loads of basic enemies. Yeah, this needs to not overlap with this one. Yeah, okay, there we go. Yeah, DVD enemy. Right, basic enemy, DVD enemy. I need a new folder in scripts. Folder enemies. Right, basic enemy, DVD enemy, enemy, 1-up enemy, shooting enemy, triangle DVD enemy, and triangle enemy. There we go. Right. So, basic enemy. Done that one. Okay. DVD enemy. Yep, only has 1 forever. Regular enemy, that I leave that open. I guess 1-up enemy. That's different. Shooting enemy. This is a pain in the ass having to like search all these places for this stuff. Shooting enemy I was literally working on. Triangle DVD enemy. Yeah, only has 1 forever. And regular triangle enemy only has 1 forever. Okay. Hey, yeah, survivor. It's alright. I just have that bot command for, you know, answering that question. It's fine. Right, so we have one of these here, then like here. Well, till like that, I would say. And then we add 2 more. So then it goes to 3. And then like at 2.9 until we add 1 more until float.positive infinity. That'll do. Not doing much advanced stuff with the spawning algorithm thingy yet, but that's alright. Right, the thing is, can I even play for long enough to get to that shooting enemy? I just die so fast. Oh yeah, I need to make the 1-up spawn more often. Every 10,000 is not fast enough. It needs to be like 4444. Yeah, that sounds fun. do 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 do. Do 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 do. Oops. Oh god. Where's the game? There it is. Ah, fuck. I'm gonna restart. Oh. Okay. Let's see if I can test through to the new enemy type, which I believe spawns now at... Shooting enemy spawns at 2.5 difficulty, which is quite hard. But I did just make it some more 1-up spawn, so we'll be okay. Do I have a plan for what you want to do with the graphics? Yeah, I'll experiment when I get there. I want it to be like cubey, but I don't know if I want, I don't want pixel art. Maybe I could do some vector art. That might look cool. The original Blockris was like a very clean art style. Just like big, you know, clean... I guess it's pixel art, but without like variations. You can't see the pixels, I suppose. I don't know how to describe it. Like flat. But I could try to... I don't know. I'll mess around with it, but that's like is a later problem for sure. Is there a screenshot of the original somewhere? There's me streaming it a little bit several days ago. If that helps. Yeah, I don't really have it online anywhere. I should upload my stuff to like itch or something. Not that it's particularly playable, but yeah. Okay. Difficulty's going up. We got some triangle boys now. Yeah, but like the original, like it was never finished, and that also was just like, oh, I'll just do whatever for art and then move on art style. So I really don't know. It's not really that helpful. But I don't know. I'm obviously not really an artist or whatever. Hello, 1-up. Was that my 88,000 1-up? Damn, that was a bit late. Oh, I know what I'm doing. I'm spawning the 1-ups wrong. I'm doing the current difficulty for when the shuffle bag gets made. But I need to do for like... I need to just plus 4444 to the requirement every time. Does this game have bosses? I can't imagine what a boss would look like. I don't know. Maybe? It'd have to be like a big cube or something, right? That you'd then have to get past. I don't know. Maybe. Labyrinth cube, yeah. Oh, you know what? At some point I'm just going to add in flipping keyboard controls, just so I don't have to keep using these crappy mobile controls when I'm testing on PC. I haven't actually built the game on my phone all day. I probably should do that. Okay. Right, I'm getting to the DVD enemies. We're at 2 difficulty. When did I say it would spawn? 2.5. Oh, Christ. I've got a long way to go. Oh, and I just choked really hard. That doesn't help my chances. I'm up to 8 lives, though. But when you make a mistake, your difficulty stops increasing massively. You lose so much difficulty. It's like a mistake is really punished in the difficulty front. Yeah, I was at 2.0, now I'm at 1 point something again. Shit. Have to wait ages. It's like the more cubes I successfully hit in a row without an incident, the better. Oh, Christ. Okay. Jesus. I probably should have like a initial difficulty selection at the start. Whee! I like how progressive the game is now, though. There's like... Ah, fuck it. No! Oh my god, I just lost so much difficulty. Oh, yikes. Okay, I got another 1-up, though. Maybe the 1-ups should be not this forgiving. That is a bit too often, perhaps. Maybe I could use some different logic for 1-up spawning. But, like, I'm at 9 lives right now, which is more than I had initially, but my difficulty is not increasing. Ah, fuck it. Maybe the difficulty shouldn't go down as much as it does if you make a mistake. Maybe that's the problem. Because, yeah, now I'm stuck. I'm just stuck here. I'm gaining lives, but the game isn't getting harder. So I'm just kind of stuck. I made the difficulty I made the difficulty go down, so if you, like, are struggling or whatever, it helps you, and you just don't, like, die instantly. Ah, shit. Ah, bloody hell. But again, I just gained a life, so... Oh, God, I lost so much then. Oh my God, the difficulty... Yeah, the difficulty decrease is nuts. I just went to 1.4. That's, like, way too much. We need to stop having that happen. Yeah, not this. That's too much. We need, like... I don't know why I maxed it out at 1, but whatever. We need to do, like... this? Like, we don't lose anywhere near as much. 1-ups currently spawn every... roughly 4,444 points, but... that's roughly... Okay, right, let's see again. Okay. It should go down by a fixed number, not by a percentage. Because the higher it is, the more you would lose. Right, yes. And if the goal is to make it so it's easier at the start, yes, it shouldn't be a percentage. You're right. It should be difficulty minus, like, 0.1. Whoops. What did I just do? F. Maybe spawn the 1-ups only when you're at a new record difficulty. Okay, so we're doing the thing where we're wrapping around to how things worked initially, Whitebuck. That's how it initially worked, but then if you just get, like, stuck at a difficulty phase for ages, you would never get 1-ups, but I guess that would stop you getting into a state where I did, where you just kind of play forever. I think the 1-ups are just a bit too generous at the moment. That's fine. Like, I can change that. I just put in a random number to test, right? Oh, I just realized the shooting enemies should be worth more points. More about that later. But anyway, let's increase my difficulty again. I could just cheat and set it to 2 immediately, but I do want to kind of test the whole game's progression. I also want to close my window. Okay. Alright. Let's see if I can get far enough to see the new enemy type. Because if I can't get far enough to see the new enemy type, then, yeah. It's not really ideal. Bonk. Right, there's the 1-up. 1-ups might spawn a little too frequently. We'll see. Difficulty's increasing. I'm never even reading those numbers at the top of the screen ever. Like, I definitely can't have UI at the top of the screen. That's just a bad idea. Do 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 do. Beep a doo beep 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 a doo boo. Okay. Game is slowly getting harder. Oh, hello, friend. Bonk. Yeah, I need to not limit the game's difficulty to 1 as a minimum. It needs to, like, 0.5 needs to be, like, easy mode or whatever, I think. So I gotta incorporate, like, yeah, difficulty values lower than 1, I think. Problem is, if we go too low, we go to, like, 0, then shit's gonna break. Because then we're gonna be dividing by 0 in a bunch of places, I bet. I'm at 1.7. We're getting up there. I've got 8 lives. I've hit every one up so far. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do do. Okay. Whoa, a background. Yes, hello, Omega. Oh, I'm up to 9 lives. Shit. It's like I do want there to be more. Maybe you should start on 3 lives. Ah, but is that too few for like a new player? So you could basically cheese the game by losing life to drop the difficulty and stay at same difficulty almost forever and farming score. I mean, I feel like the score... oh, I missed a fucking cube, damn it. Okay, well, at least I go from 2.1 to just 2, so it's not a massive detriment now. Anyway, you get more points for blocks based on your difficulty, but yes, obviously just playing a really easy thing for infinitely would be better. Maybe there needs to be like some... I could do more logic to the 1-up. It could be like... It could spawn if your score was high enough and your difficulty was higher than when it last spawned. That would be good. That's a thing to think about. So that you can't just farm like 1-ups forever. You have to actually progress the difficulty by a substantial amount before it will spawn. So maybe it needs to be like every X score, but also every X difficulty. I got fucked there. I shouldn't have gone for the 1-up. I gotta stop prioritizing 1-ups over actual cubes. Yeah, it should be like it's like your difficulty has to increase a certain amount for there to be a 1-up. Difficulty increase and score increase. But just difficulty increase was how it was working before. And I didn't really like that for various reasons. Because, like, when you take a hit is when you need it the most, really. I'm not sure, I don't know. Do I get red squares in my dreams? No, I don't. Not yet, anyway. Right, I can get to this 1-up. That's fine. Okay, my difficulty... I'm up to 10 lives. My difficulty is increasing. Oh, shit. Just don't fuck up. Don't... Okay, this 1-up I can get. Good. Oh, this is a bit shit. Oh, you idiot, Josh. You missed both instead of just hitting one of them. You fool. Oh, cock. Battle Royale mode. Right, okay. I prioritized the squares before the 1-up, which makes more sense. Okay. Oh, fuck it. Oh, fuck it. I'm never gonna get there. The game's... If the game's too hard for me to get that far, I feel like the game is just a little bit too difficult in general. Right? So maybe the difficulty should increase slower. Ah, fuck. But we just have more enemy variety faster. Because you've got to remember the difficulty also determines the size of everything. So if I feel like the game is too hard, but I don't get enough enemy variety, I need to, like, lower the increments of difficulty. But make the enemies spawn faster. Okay, that was lucky. I'm at every time I look, I'm at 2. Fuck. Every time I look, I'm at 2.1 difficulty. I can't get any higher than that, but also my lives aren't decreasing ever. Yeah, so I'm just stuck here, like, forever at this pit. Which is, yeah, not ideal. There needs to be an end. we... Okay, I have to get this over the one up here. Yeah, max 1 up per 0.1 difficulty or something, yeah. Yeah. But have the score be the main limiting factor. Ah, fucking shit. Ah. Oh, shit, that's bad. I'm at 2.1 though. Every time I look, every single time, I'm at 2.1 difficulty. Ugh. But yeah, this is not how I wanted the game to work. I didn't want players to just get stuck like this. Just never dying, never progressing. I can't get that one up. There's no way. Okay, I'm at 2.2 difficulty. I've almost got a shooting enemy. It's going to be a fucking shock when one spawns. I bet it just kills me. When did I say it spawned? Was it 2.5 or 2.25? Okay, I made it. Ignore that one up, Josh. It's a bait. Don't take it. Alright, okay. Ignoring the impossible to get one-ups is helping a lot. Okay, my difficulty's increasing a lot. The game's getting very zoomed out. Oh, this is a bit shit. I really need to implement, like, being able to go from right to left on the screen. That would change so much. Ah, where is the shooting enemy? I'm almost there. Just keep going. This is dumb. I definitely need to change this. Shit. Oh my god. 2.5. Oh my god, it can spawn. Oh my god, there's one. Oh, it took me by surprise. Oh, it got me. Okay, this is stupid. Come on. Alright, okay. We need to change the maths on this a lot. So first of all, the 1-up. We need to keep, in the 1-up, we need to keep score last spawned at.
Oh,
and
hey, thanks.
Tkanji just resubscribed for 3 months. Are the diamonds really the bad guys?
Spawned
I think you need to shift your perspective slightly.
What do you mean? Oh, shift my... Oh, so they're cubes, right? They're supposed to be triangles. I just don't have any triangle graphics yet. Right. Should spawn if the score is greater than last spawned at plus that, and difficulty gameplay controller dot difficulty is greater than difficulty last spawned at plus 0.1f. We do this equals this. There we go. So yeah, now it won't. If I get stuck at a difficulty, they won't keep spawning. But the limiting factor will probably be the score most of the time. But just have some difficulty progression at least. Okay, good. Yeah, thanks Tkanji for 3 months. Hello. Right, so that's a big change. Now the difficulty. The difficulty needs to increase a lot slower. So let's do this times 0.5 instead. But because that's increasing, and make this like... Actually, keep it like that, but make this number bigger. Yeah. But now that that's increasing slower, we need to make it so that enemy difficulty is... I also need to make it so difficulty goes down less when you... Like that, probably. No, actually I think 0.1 was alright. I make this like 0.5f. Right. Now, this is the annoying part where all of the enemies have their spawning condition. Oh, there are a bunch of errors that happened. What? Cannot access a disposed object. What's trying to access a disposed object? Oh, there was a lot of errors that happened. What the fuck? Okay, we'll look into that shortly. Let's do... Make zoom and enemy type independent. Well, no, they're based on the difficulty value. It's fine, I just need to change... I want maybe a central place for where to write all this would be better. But one that isn't fucking... Still want to store this in the thing. Ah, fuck. So I keep changing my mind about how I want the difficulty stuff to work. Needing to go to every single enemy to change these numbers is a real pain in the dick. And I also can't see all of them at the same time. I just want a text file that has like all the spawning difficulties stuff in it. Oh well, for now let's just do it like this. Right. Maybe YPOC, but like you should still progress. Like I want the zoom and the block spawning to still progress, but maybe based on like, yeah, I'm not sure. Anyway, let's reduce these numbers a bit. Let's do like, so basic enemy can look like this. Maybe these numbers are a bit too small. We'll see how far it progresses. No, that's way too small. Never mind. Maybe just like this. So once we get to 2.2, like that should be like real hard, like really hard. Why is this comma here and this one? Okay, there we go. Right, then the triangle enemy. So if basic enemy is like that, this should be like, no, I think that's fine. And then until, Christ, until like 1.5, I'd say. This music's nice. Okay, and then DVD enemy should start spawning much earlier than if triangle is like 0. That we should do like 0.2 is when DVD enemy should start spawning. 0.25 until like, is that just a mapping of the scale and if they can spawn for a different difficulty? Yeah, exactly. So this is the minimum difficulty, this is the maximum difficulty, and this is the number to spawn. So when they overlap like this, it can only spawn one between like this and this, like this and this. And then we get above this, it can spawn 2, And then I get above this, it's 1.3, you know, until like we hit 1.5, and then the number starts going down again. I'm writing like a curve, basically, aren't I? For like the spawns. So I want the triangle enemies to become more and more common, and then as you get harder, they become less common because there should be harder enemies, right? Anyway, this until like 1.75. We have one of these. Thing is, DVD enemies are going to need to be the main enemy type, I think, for the most part. Then at like, we get 1. And then at like 0.4 until like 2.2, we get another one. And then at 1.6, we get another one. And then the triangle DVD enemy should be similar to the DVD enemy, but a bit different. So this should be at like 1.4 until like 2.1. This is just this, but shifted down 1, I'd say. Oops. Ah, you bastard. Wait, why is that 1.9? Should be 1.8. Do like that. And then the shooting enemy. Yeah, it was at 2.5 before. That's nuts. It should be at like... So basic enemies start spawning all the time. Triangle enemies start spawning at 1.05. DVD enemy at 1.25. Then triangle DVD enemy at 1.4. Maybe at 1.5. And then... No, you know what? No, never mind. Go back. And then shooting enemy, which was at 2.5 last time, is now at like 1.6. We start doing these. Until like 2.3. And then at... Then at 1.8. Yeah, and 2.5. And then at like 2, we had another one. Yeah, okay. Let's see if that feels a bit better. Obviously, this is going to take a lot of tweaking, right? But yeah, let's see if these massively tweaked difficulty numbers and new enemies and stuff actually makes any sense. So, let's see how fast my difficulty increases now. Hopefully, it'll be a lot slower. So this is how long we have the cubes for. Right. Yeah, difficulty is increasing a lot slower now. So triangles, so triangles can start spawning now. Well, triangles now, just not spikies. Yeah, so there's the triangles. Okay, I think that's fine. So that works. My difficulty should ramp up pretty fast because I'm like hitting every block really quickly. So it should be like the more you hit in a row, the faster the difficulty starts to increase. On like a big scale as well. There's a 1-up. I can get that. Okay. So now we've got the DVDs spawning. But just one at a time for now. So they're like pretty rare initially. And now I've got 2 of them. Yeah, when I start spawning the new... Oh, there's a triangle enemy. That was way too fast for a triangle enemy. For a triangle DVD, I'd say. A bit too fast. But yeah, so now I'm at the point I was last time with all the DVD enemies already. So this is the point I was at last time where I was stuck at 2.1 difficulty. But now I'm at like 1.6. You know, so the game's like, oh, there's a shooting enemy. Jesus. Yeah, now they're coming too fast. They're getting introduced a little too quickly. But, you know, I haven't made a mistake the whole time. It's hard to test, because if I make a mistake, the difficulty increases a lot slower. So this is like, if I play flawlessly, this is how fast they get introduced. Ah, shit. Well, there's a mistake. We'll see now. I think I get one shooting now, yeah. It's not obvious at all that the shooting enemies are shooting. I need to have like a little laser sight and a little targeting reticule thing for them. And if you enter the targeting reticule, it shoots, right? It's so not... There's no player feedback at all. There should be a sound effect, you know, loads of stuff happening, but... There's just no... Oh, fuck, he got me. Haha, bastard. Oh, you prioritized the one-up over the thing, Josh. Yeah, the shooting enemies need to not shoot when they're that close. Well, I guess if it's obvious it's a shooting enemy, it'll be less bad. Whoa, shit. Yeah, Adman, that's literally what I said. But yeah, I should do that. But yeah, okay. So it's hard to know. I'm going to have to do a lot of tweaking to get these difficulty values right. You just got here? Right, okay. It's alright. But yeah, I need to do a lot of tweaking to these difficulty values. I need to get all of the lots of enemies added, and then start to do like actual level design stuff where I determine when things spawn, right? I haven't got a 1-up in ages, but I guess that's because my difficulty hasn't increased enough. Ah! You know, at some difficulty level, those bullets are going to be very hard to see, because they're going to be absolutely fucking tiny. We're getting a lot more shooting enemies now. Oh, fuck. Oh no, I missed one. Oh, fuck. That was a skill issue. Yeah, the level design for this is going to be quite something. Having to like plan all these things out. Try to think like, you know, is everyone just playing perfectly and like progressing the difficulty the same as me, or... Ooh, that was close. Ooh, spicy. Oh, that one got me. Yeah, okay, I need to like I need to remember to like dodge in front of these cubes to like actually get them to shoot. There aren't many basic enemies being spawned now, are there? Oh, you idiot, Josh. You missed that one. Oh, I'm up to 2 difficulty. Okay, so the difficulty is now just slowly increasing, but I am going to lose.
Oh, hey, thanks.
Stefan Gab 95 just resubscribed for 26 months. Love what you've done with the artwork, Kappa.
There's no artwork yet, come on. Yeah, obviously the obvious next step is to have a DVD shooting enemy, right? And there's all this sort of variation. But... Oh, you bastard! That last one shot me. Ah, Thanks, Stefan Gab 26. Hello. Sorry, thanks, Stefan Gab 95 for 26 months. Yeah. I think it'd be more interesting if the non-collectible enemies are the ones shooting, but there would be more of them. I can have non-collectible shootable enemies. Like, I can have all of it, right? All of this variation. Right, I'm going to make it so the shooting area, I'm going to give it a sprite again. Let's open paint. And let's make a 128 by 128 pixel image. And let's do... Obviously this is going to be a white square though, isn't it, actually? Let's open paint.net. And make a new 128 by 128 pixel image. And we'll delete the background. I know you can't see anything I'm doing. Can I not delete the background? Do I need to make a new layer first? How do you delete? Oh god, it's been a long time since I used paint.net. Okay. Where's the color? Red. We do... Oh, that's terrible. Where's pixel? Oh, that's also terrible. Where's... Oh god, how do I use any of this? Where do I set the size? Okay, fuck it, I'm using GIMP. Fuck it, I know how to use GIMP. I just want to draw a little crosshair. That's all I want to do, but it's going to have to be transparent. Although I could change the alpha of a red square, I suppose. Ah, oh, whatever, fuck it. GIMP's opening now. GIMP is going to be very unhappy opening on a vertical monitor, I bet. No, oh god, I instinctively opened my thumbnail file. Right, new fucking YouTuber life. 128 by 128. Delete the background. Make a new layer. We make the blue. Oh, I still have the blue from Josh Sun Quick selected. Find a pixel. Make it way less thick than that. What does a crosshair look like? Yeah, that'll do. Fuck it. Export as... where is this fucking thing? Where's Blockris, Godot, textures? Crosshair. Okay. It's a plus with the center cut out. Okay, that's not what I've done, but we won't worry about that. Shooting area. We will add a child node of sprite. We will give it the texture, quick load, crosshair. It'll be absolutely fucking massive. And we'll set the scale to be correct. 0.1. Lovely. Okay, this is going to take some doing. The shooting enemies transform is... Oh god, it's 128, isn't it? So the sprite needs to be like... Oh shit. 0.128? No, that's bigger. Ah, fuck, how do I work this out? I made it 128, but the thing's already... I need to divide 1 by 128. 0. Nice. Great. Fuck it, I'll just drag it. Fuck it. Editor. Ah! Don't do that. Look at me, Mom. I'm using the editor. This is so bad. It's not even centered correctly. Whatever. That'll do. Perfect. Okay. Fuck it. Right. Let's see. That should work now. I'm gonna have to I'll just cheat my difficulty up. Game controller. We'll just set my difficulty to like 2 real quick. Okay. Oh, there's a little crosshair alert. Pew pew. Okay, it works. Oh, I hit another one. Oh, there's another one. Got him. Oh no, I missed a thing because of that. I was clicking at the crosshairs. Oh dear. Yeah, the crosshair, yeah, it's good. It makes it better. It's like with the green cubes I had earlier. God, it's so fucking chaotic. Do. Yeah, so now it's like you have another thing to hit, which is the crosshair to try to make the enemy shoot before they get too far down the screen, which is good. Pew. Pew. Oh, fuck. Oh, I think I hit a thing. Oh, no, I'm not going to be able to hit that crosshair for ages. Ugh. Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, it's a disaster. Yeah, this gets very hectic very fast. Hehe. Yeah, it shoots once. It's like once you collide with the area, it deletes the area. I do get a ton of debugger things for it though. I have 22,448 errors. Something is trying to access a disposed object. Shooting enemy 35. Shooting enemy line 35. Oh, right. If shooting area does not equal null, it's this. That's what's doing it. It's trying to change the position of the shooting area, but it doesn't exist anymore. Okay. Code hidden. Yeah, whatever. Okay. You didn't miss anything crazy. Right. Okay, whatever. Like, it's this here. It tried to do shooting area global position equals blah blah blah, but the shooting area was getting deleted and then it didn't exist anymore. So I just set it to null here. I don't know if this would actually... Maybe I don't need this. Let's see. We'll see if I get 22,000 errors again. Yes, I do. I'm getting many errors per frame. Yeah, so I need to do shooting area equals null. Okay. Oops. Hopefully I don't get a million errors anymore. If it spawns ever. Oh, there it is. Errors free. Can't change the state while flushing queries. 63. Can't change the state while flushing queries. I guess I need to do this first then. It really hates the add sibling thing, doesn't it? Let's try that. I wish this would stop switching to output. Okay. 1 errors. Can't change state while... yeah. So what's happening then? Is it not making the... I wonder why that's making an error. The shooting enemy 67. Yeah, this. It doesn't like this. Cool underscore deferred. Set underscore deferred. What is it talking about? I don't understand. It doesn't like... It's just the set sibling thing is just erroring out all the time. I mean, it seems to spawn the bullets regardless. Maybe setting the sibling isn't required. What happens if I don't set the sibling? But then it's not getting added to the tree, right? So then... it wouldn't happen at all, right? We'll see. Yeah, now it doesn't shoot at all. So this is working, it's just... it's just throwing an error, even though it is working. Like, I don't understand what the fuck the problem here is. Maybe we can do this up here. Do some other stuff between doing this and see if that helps. No, it just throws an error every time. Cannot change the state while flushing queries. Use call deferred or set deferred to change monitoring state instead, but that doesn't work. I don't understand. But it works, so clearly it's fine. Like, I haven't seen an enemy fail to shoot a bullet. Does dot cool deferred, but cool deferred is one thing like that. Right, okay. Hold on. I know you can't see it. I'm working on it. So cool deferred is like that, not cool underscore. I bet that's fucking Godot free. Cool deferred. String name method args. Add sibling new enemy. Does that work? Cool deferred. Right, yeah, the underscore is the Godot script version. Now it doesn't work, and I get a debug. Error calling deferred method, sprite, shooting enemy, add sibling... Oh, method not found. Oh. I can't spell. My bad. Yeah, got it. Sorry. Did I spell enemy wrong? I did spell enemy wrong, didn't I? Is it like that in the spawner code as well? Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, alright, my bad. Alright, okay. I've probably done that in lots of places. Okay, alright, this should be the last thing. Let's see. Hopefully this works. Hopefully everything works. The new enemy type will work. I still get a debug. Error calling deferred method, sprite 2D calling, shooting enemy, add sibling, method not found. It wants me to use the thing and then it doesn't work anyway. What's the fucking point? Yeah, method not found. And I'm spelling it right that time. How do I ignore errors? In C#, method must be snake case when referring to built-in Godot methods. Add underscore sibling. Fuck me. Okay. Did I spell that right? I hope I did. Okay, alright. Come on. This time it'll work. Hooray! Oh my god, that's so dumb. Okay, right. Thank fuck for that. Okay, so the shooting enemy is in. The new difficulty scaling is in, even though I'm starting at 2 difficulty for testing purposes. Oh my god, it all works. What a fucking miracle. No more errors. Okay. Fuck's sake. I wonder why it wanted to be deferred. I guess because it's happening in an event? I'm not sure. In any case, shooting enemies are in with their silly, terrible crosshair. Terrible placeholder crosshair. But yeah, in your idle time... Ah, fuck. In your idle time, if you can, it's like worth to hit the crosshairs now. So it gives you like an extra thing to do. So that's good. Commit highly suggested. Last was 2 hours ago. Yeah. I've been working on the same thing this entire time. I'm gonna stop streaming now for anyway. But let's do a little playthrough. So I made it so the difficulty scales way slower, but I made it so the enemies types just spawn faster in. So this is the correct difficulty now. So this is what it looks like at the start, but obviously this is going to need so much tweaking. But the more enemies you hit in a row, the faster the difficulty increases. So yeah, me hitting all the enemies in a row like this makes it so the difficulty goes up. The one-up object, enemy, whatever, doesn't spawn unless my difficulty's been up since last time as well. It's just so much better now. Okay. Boop, boop. Hello. One up. Okay. Yeah, so this is good. Yep, now we're getting the DVD ones. Which, because their rotation go, like, sideways now, which is funny. They go a little bit sideways. I could fix it to be, like, global... Oops, global position instead, but... Yeah, I'm not doing that. And oops, I hit the... I hit the spike enemy that I shouldn't... Oh, don't touch that one. Yeah, so my difficulty doesn't decrease as massively when you make a mistake anymore, which is good. But it will still take a while to start ramping up again. But that's fine, I think. I think not going backwards is hard and just increasing slower is good. Hello, let's grab that. Let's not take that. I think I want to introduce the new enemy types as fast as I am, but have less of them spawn. Just so, like, you only see one at a time. Right. Keep going. When does the shooting enemy spawn again? I'll figure it out when a crosshair happens, right? Oh, there's one. Okay. Ah. Huh. But I want it to be like, when you first play the game, you should like progress up to this point where like you start seeing more like enemy types and stuff. But tutorializing the enemy types is going to be very difficult. They're going to have to be like very instinctive, because there isn't really like, I can't just like pause the game and bring up a fucking tutorial box or some stupid shit like that. I'm never getting that one up. They would need to just be instinctively obvious. So I would need to make it so that... Oh, that was a mistake. Just let that cube go. Yeah, I would need to make it... Maybe I could have a thing where that's like... I'm already tracking in the stats how many times you see an enemy and everything. That was really stupid. Oh, I lost so many lives. So maybe like the first time you see it, it could be like spawn on its own. Because I do have the power now to do like... With the new spawning method stuff, I do have the power to do custom things with like... Oh, this is the first time you've seen this enemy. Maybe clear the... Maybe increase the spawn time after it to 2 seconds instead of 1 second so that, you know... Wait 2 extra seconds before you spawn it, and then wait 2 extra seconds before you make another one. So the first time you see an enemy, it's like the only enemy on the screen for a minute, and you can look at it to figure it out. And that sort of stuff can be subtle. So like the first 3 times you see the enemy, it's like yeah, like try to make it the only thing on screen at least a little bit. Stuff like that. Need to do that sort of like just natural tutorial stuff. If it feels like a tutorial, it was a bad tutorial, right? Fuck, I missed that. But I need to do that sort of stuff because I don't know how obvious all of these things are going to be. It's obvious to me because I made it, but it's obvious to you because I sat here and talked about it for like 20 minutes before adding it. That was terrible at the end there. Make every other than new object half transparent. Slow and disable collision check. Yeah, maybe we do need to do something absolutely ridiculously extreme like that. But yeah, that is a benefit to checking like the spawning of all this stuff. Where is shooting enemy? Do I have a thing for it? Basic enemies seen. No, I need to make a stat for let's shooting enemies seen. Like that. And then shooting enemy scene ++. Yeah, so like on the... In this spawning stuff, if it should spawn or not, we can check that like, hey, if this is the first 3 times you've seen this enemy, disable other stuff from spawning for a sec. And wait an extra second before you do it, right? Something like that. I can do that sort of logic stuff. I'm going to write that down, actually. That's a thing to write down. Enemy tutorials. So first X times 3, you see a new enemy type. Get spawner to slow down massively. Clear the shuffle bag. And clear the shuffle bag and spawn enemy in a way in which it's not surrounded by other enemies. Yeah, and try to find ways to make it clear what each type does. Okay. Anyway, that's another thing. That's a thing for another day. Thanks a lot for watching, everybody. YouTube and Twitch. I don't know if this is the end of the YouTube video. I don't know how I'm editing these exactly, but yeah. I'm gonna go have dinner now because I'm flipping hungry. Yeah, thanks for watching. See you later. That's the end of day 5 or something. Alright, bye.